One podcast has crushed the horror landscape, leaving behind the silent audio waves of all of those who have came before. Introducing our host. This man needs no introduction, but needs 7 takes to record his own. He is known for rating bad movies high and known for rating good movies high. Don't try to call him because he only phones it in. He is our host from the foreign land of Canada, Mood 616. This man is willing to die even on the smallest of hills. He argues to the point in which he disagrees with himself. A man who knows a remake when he sees one. He is the Mexican-born super producer known as the humble one and the sexy one, JP. They are known for creating superstars out of their guests. They are known for being the #1 horror podcast on the Horrorphilia network, except for when they allow others to take a turn. They are the devil's advocate of horror podcasting. They are the 22 shots of moods and horror.
Ho, ho, ho! It's going down right now. Episode 97 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am the host from the West Coast, Uncle Big Dick rolling thick in the candy paint super sport, aka Moods. Yeah. And of course I got the full-blooded half Mexican double shot J, also known as JP, by my side. Yeah. And finally, we have the man who thinks plot holes don't matter, calls a Serbian film a suburban film, and will argue that any Asian film is better than your favorite film. D. Borgie 86, also known as Derek here. What's going on, homies?
What's up, man?
That was a really funny intro.
And I did it in one take. I'm very happy. I'm very happy. Yeah, I was thinking about the suburban film thing. Fuck, it's making me laugh all week, man. So I had to throw it in there. Makes me laugh. Ah, shit, man. So what's going on, guys? How's your week been going?
Nothing much.
Not too bad. A little busy. Had a Christmas party and stuff, but I will say that one thing that happened this week, actually today, 2 hours ago, the ratings came out for Horrorphilia month of November, and those fucking bastards over at Exploding Heads beat us once again.
I know, right?
Yes, they did, those motherfuckers.
Even though we have 3 in the top 10, 3 of the 4 shows we did last month made it, I still feel like we're the big winners. You know, they got one show there. It happens to be the #1 spot, but sometimes I'll take 3. It's kind of a shame that the Sergio Martino show didn't make it. I guess it's posted a little bit too late. So
I'm not sure if it actually is because it didn't get enough downloads, similar to what happened last month, or that it was actually posted on the 1st, because it was kind of weird where I didn't get it up till really, really, really late on the last day of the month, which would technically after midnight was the next day. So I don't know if it's just that or if it's actually. I would have to ask Jason, I guess. But
well, let's kind of hope that it's that it was posted on the 1st, because then maybe it's eligible for this month too. So because I mean we are having less episodes that are eligible to be in the top 10 for this month. So we'll see. I guess we'll find out. We'll ask Jason, see what's up. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny too, because the Martino show is actually doing better than the Lamberto Bava show on my channel. Mm-hmm. So that's why I was kind of curious. When I looked at the top 10, I went, wow, the Martino show didn't make it. Which, obviously there's like a week difference within uploads there. So,
yeah,
who knows?
It's odd. Sometimes I want to just tell everybody who listens on your channel to stop and hey, download the show so we can beat Exploding Heads, because our actual viewership is much higher than theirs if you count, not to sound like a dickhead or anything, which just I just totally sounded like a dickhead, I apologize, but we've also been around for 3 years, so we should be fucking 7 times higher than them by now. But you know what I mean. But yeah, when you factor in the crazy amount of views that you get on the YouTube, your channel, which is 500 to 700 views ish, sometimes less when they underperform, but you could usually bank on 500, by the by the month, and sometimes I'm like, I wish everybody would just stop listening on there and then download it. But then I'm like, no, because then I would be sad that those numbers would look all shitty. You know what I mean? So the real key here is to just get more listeners. So we need to reach out a little bit more. And I've been trying to sort of download. We're on Horrormino now. I've been posting on there. Also,
I've been posting on Instagram all the time.
Yeah, you know what's funny, Derek, about that Instagram? My friend who I work with, he is an Instagrammer, which I don't use Instagram. And we were standing, somewhere, and he was showing me this car that he was thinking about buying on Instagram, and under recommended follows or whatever, I don't know how Instagram works, but the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast Instagram was recommended to him, which is weird because he never clicks on, he doesn't follow any of our stuff or anything, you know what I mean? So I don't know why that was recommended to him, you know? That's really
totally
weird.
random.
Yeah, I don't know if it's completely random.
That's funny.
It's really weird. I'm so confused. I'm still confused by how that would have popped up. But but we did get the second, third, and fourth place spot with episode 92, Dario Argento 2 in the second spot, episode 94 in the third spot, which was Lucio Fulci 2, and then episode 93 in the fourth spot, which was Lamberto Bava. Which, I'm always happy to have any in the top 10, let alone top 5, let alone top 3. Second and third spot's pretty nice, and that fourth spot. So I'm always interested in those ratings.
But Dave, he was pretty much on every one, the whole top 10.
Banana Laser, Skeleton Crew.
Yeah, he's only 2 episodes out of all 10 of them.
That's crazy.
Yeah, there's an Exploding Heads member in every single one except for the fourth spot.
Yeah, the Bava one. Yeah,
that's crazy. That's wow.
Yeah, and Moods is I don't want a podcast with anybody else. When Lewis asked that question.
Yeah, I was more or less fucking around. I honestly can't even fit into anyone's time slot.
Yep.
The
worst
schedules
ever.
I know, I just can't do it, so whatever. I know, like I said, I've had to turn down a few opportunities. I'm just I can't do it on those days, man.
Yeah, that's the same with me.
Yeah, I seen Greg Amortis post to the show the other day, and he's like, "This is a solo effort, guys," or whatever. And I was like, "What the hell?" I'm sorry, I haven't listened to Land of the Creeps in probably over a year, but I listened from day one, literally their first episode. And
he was doing the show by himself?
That's what it said. He said he did a solo show. So I don't know if he's just I know his one co-host, the one that he started with, I believe he started with two guys. I believe one of them actually passed away, honestly, which is kind of messed up. But the other one is, what was his name? The Hattonfield Hatchet or something. I think that was him. And I don't know. I think he was going back to school and all kind of stuff. So I don't exactly know for sure what's going on, but I know he had a bunch of other co-hosts on there at one point. So I don't know. Dr. Shock, I believe, from bunch of stuff. He was a co-host at one point.
Yeah, he was.
Which so I don't know. That sucks that if he couldn't find anybody to do the show with him, But.
Yeah, well, he hasn't asked me in a while because I think I turned down 3 or 4 times, and I'm just I kind of get the point now. It's never going to work out, man. It's never going to work out. But, yeah, that sucks, man. That sucks.
It's the same with me. I would like to guest star on a lot of shows. Actually, ironically, I was supposed to be on Exploding Heads 26, but then I started doing the podcast with you guys, so I was like, I can't do this right now because I'm working with helping them out.
As well.
Yeah, exactly. It was going to break into Italian Horror Month, so I couldn't do that show. But I would like to get the out there more and get more networking and all that good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. But it does help because even, I was telling Moods, when we recorded that little thing for the Horrorcast, their Academy Awards, there was 2 people on our Facebook page a week after that, show posted that said that they just started listening. I was like, I'm always curious to where people, found us.
Yeah, I saw that.
And 2 people said that they heard us on the Academy Awards episode and that they decided to check our show out. So, like, just that little clip that we sent in got us potentially 2 more listeners, which is awesome.
I still have not even heard it yet.
I'm like 15, 20 minutes in.
I completely forgot about it.
I heard it.
Trying to make a point of, checking it out and listening to it and stuff, and then I spaced on it. So I'd actually like to hear how it was edited together. So, yeah. So.
Yeah, and I do think that it is good to go on other shows and try to sort of, let people know, because that's half the battle, is letting people know, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I believe Captain Planet said something like that once. Knowing is half the battle. Is that what it is? Or is that G.I. Joe?
I don't know, actually.
Anyway.
It might be both. Yeah.
I think it could be both, too.
Besides that, this week, this was really interesting. I posted this yesterday in the Facebook group, and it went pretty hard, honestly. I saw that Mr. Park made a little 10 unpopular opinion thing. It wasn't all horror based. Like, one of them was like, I actually like McDonald's or something, but I thought it would be pretty cool. I mean, we might have done this in the group page before, but I typed up my list, and man, it just went crazy. For those of you who are not in the Facebook page, group page, which you should be, facebook.com/group/22shot podcast. 22 Shots Podcast is the group to be in. You'll get all kind of crazy stuff like this, but my list went like this. My number 1 was the Thorn storyline in Halloween 6 is actually good. I stand by that. Number 2, Japanese ghost story movies generally suck. I also stand by that. 3, Shaun of the Dead isn't funny. Now, there is a few laughs in the movie, but overall as a whole, it's not funny to me. Number 4, Jason Goes to Hell is good, and I like the storyline of Jason Goes to Hell. Number 5, there are more good remakes than bad. Number 6, Paranormal Activity is very well made. Number 7, Rob Zombie is the master of horror. Number 8, jump scares are not bad, is what I wanted to say, but I couldn't come out and say it like that, so I said, I don't mind jump scares. I pussied out on that one. Jamie Lee Curtis's performances are overrated, and infected and zombies are the same thing. And people, I had a lot of people agree with me on a lot of them. Few didn't, but then people started posting their own, and there was some really absurd ones out in there. There was ones that I agreed with. It was a ball. It was fun. What'd you guys think of that?
I've never been a big fan of these things, man, because they're fun just for a laugh and stuff, but it's when everyone starts chiming in and everyone has an opinion, right? So shit usually gets out of control and people get offended and start fighting and things.
Yeah, that's you. Moods can't take it. Moods and Jason Lloyd are having heart attacks, and Jason's saying absurd shit too.
I fucking literally stopped reading everyone's posts. I was just like, I can't. I commented on like 3 or 4 of them, and I was like, hey, this is fucking retarded. I can't do this anymore. But it was going back to my days when I was a mod on the Underground Hip Hop page, and I used to moderate on there for years, and every month or 2, someone would make a fucking thread, unpopular opinions, and it was just like pure shock value. It would just start worst arguments, and people would be getting banned. And, it was just nasty shit. So usually when those threads came up, I would just delete them right away. I'm like, hey, no, we're not doing this right now. This is bullshit, because it just starts fights. But I had a kick out of this, man, because when Matt threw in his 10 list, oh my god, I started pissing myself so hard because he was just fucking around.
Yeah.
Dude,
I'm just glad that no one really commented on mine.
Yeah, that's because all of yours was like shit that nobody even knew what the hell you was talking about.
I don't even, like I said, I kind of stopped reading. I only checked out Matt's because he said something in the group page, something about Tara Reid should do more horror, and I fucking lost it laughing. That was a good one, man.
I agree. I mean, I don't mind Tara Reid. And also, one that I saw that Sam posted that he completely fucked up and said it stupidly, and then he removed it. He changed it.
Yeah.
He said that most indie horror films suck or something. And I 100% disagree with that because most of our top 10 is indie horror at this point every year.
Yeah. Well, most in general are indie. I mean, it's just the way.
Most horror films that come out these days, most of them are.
He meant to say like no budget films, like not even like
what
budget,
I said.
like, no
That's
budget.
what I came in and was like, I think he means no budget because I agree with that. Most of them do fucking suck bad. Mutantis, for example. But
Mutantis is awesome. It's great.
I've never seen it, so I can't comment.
You know you do not feel that way.
No, no,
anyway.
it really is great.
But yeah, I had a lot of fun with that. I was laughing at them because I can actually read those and not care. Like that stuff doesn't bother me. Like some of them I think are stupid and I think you're dumb, but it doesn't like ruin my day or anything. Like some things that people were saying, I was like, that's just like Zach, like Return of the Living Dead is garbage or something. I'm like, it's just not even.
He literally said that up every single day too to us. Yeah. So when it was his number one on there, I was like, wow, fuck, that doesn't surprise me one bit.
No, he added like 10,000 other films that he hates.
He has a really strong distaste for that film, and I swear most of it isn't even warranted. I think now it's become such a novelty in itself, just to stress how much he hates that film. I find it so amusing. There's just no fucking way that he can't find anything likable about that film. I don't find that believable. And I've said this before. It's like, I don't really give a shit if people like the same films that I do and whatever and stuff. But there's a certain amount of films that I just can't get over the fact people are like, that sucks. I chime in. That's right. I mean, I could. You saying, "Oh yeah, this faulty film, whatever, it sucks." And no, with Return of the Living Dead, it's like saying Day of the Dead is the worst in the trilogy. It's like, what? Like, no, like I don't know, man. There's just certain things I just can't handle. So, got to chime in.
Yeah, it's always funny when Zach's.
What was the one that was like most absurd to you guys? If you could remember.
So many that I was just like, oh my god.
Oh, the one that
you're from the keyboard.
Yeah, there was so many that I was like, there's a few about Black Christmas, I know that.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people do think. I really want to see Dave's commentary because if I remember correctly back when we did the review on Black Christmas, I remember that I said that I felt like there was a lot of plot holes in the film, but I didn't write them down, so I was having a hard time remembering them. That was that was like 90 some episodes ago at this point, but 3 years ago. But I think that I remembered that was my biggest beef with the film. So I want to see what he points out. But he did a video commentary. It's on horrorphilia.com if you want to check it out. It seems like there were a lot of people that were kind of saying that about Black Christmas, though, that it's a little overrated. Which, by the way, when I do these lists, I hate when they turn into like, I think that this is overrated or I think this is underrated. Because to me, that's not what the list is about. Like, I tried to limit it to one, like, overrated thing because, like, saying something's overrated isn't really an unpopular opinion because pretty much everything's overrated or underrated, depending on your perspective. When you say, like, jump scares are not bad, that's an unpopular opinion. Or when you say, like, Paranormal Activity is good. You know what I mean? Like, you're not saying it's underrated because, like, underrated is like just
yeah, I know.
It's like it's not saying that it's good. It's just saying that you think that it's better than people think it is.
That actually reminds me too, because Andy, he didn't even do a top 10, but he did like 5, and his number 1 was Suspiria is overrated, and I just fucking burst out laughing. And then it was Freddy's Dead is actually a good movie. Friday 8 is the best in the franchise. Maximum Overdrive is the best King movie. And
yeah,
Prom
Andy's
Night
I completely rolled my eyes at and couldn't even take it seriously.
I literally fucking busted a gut because those are actually all his real opinions, though. Like Friday 8 is his favorite in the franchise, and like. I just like, holy shit, Andy, like,
yeah, but I just can't take it serious. Like, I feel like he doesn't really believe that. That's just what he wants to say. Like, I don't know how you can look at Maximum Overdrive and say, this is Stephen King's best adaptation. Like, this movie right here is the best
Right,
one. The one with all these plot holes. Logically, how can you look at it and say that? Like,
Terrible actor by Lisa Simpson. Come on.
There was one. Mike Merriman said that. What did he say? He said that owning physical media is now a waste of time, money, unless you are specifically a collector. Which turns out I actually agree with that. Unless you're a collector, it is a waste of time and money.
Yeah. It's funny as soon as I seen Dave post a list and he had A Nightmare on Elm Street remake is not a bad. I knew he was going to have that on there. Like even before I even opened up the whole thing.
I don't think it's a bad movie. Like if it existed by itself in its own world and you've never seen any of the Elm Streets, it's technically not a bad movie. It's just a bad remake because of the shit that they do. But
doesn't that make it a bad movie, though? I mean, in general, it is a remake.
Because I try to leave... Because it's not a sequel, right? So there's no connection to the first film other than the fact that they're redoing it. I don't think that what happened...
Yeah, it's like the interpretation of that original classic film. And I don't know, man. I just have a hard time saying that it's a well-made... it's not like comparatively to a no-budget film, in that realm of shittiness. It's more about the story and the execution of the film.
But the story is fine. The story's fine in the Elm Street remake. The story's decent. It's almost better than the original story. Like the pure story is almost better because in the original it just has it's the same thing. It's the same thing. The original and the remake have the same storyline except for one difference. And the one difference is that you don't know if Freddy's innocent or guilty at first, which I think was a great addition to the story, especially if you're going to remake it, because then it's like, whoa, wait, what if they switched everything? They made the right choice and didn't switch everything, but at least it got you thinking, which I did like that. The addition of the micronaps was cool. There's certain things about it, but people that say they got rid of all the comedy, it's like, no, they didn't. It's still filled in that.
I'm just petting her.
Yeah, or I'm your boyfriend now, Nance. Wait, that's the original.
You were doing Jackie Earle Haley.
I was like, what? I don't know, man. I think when we cover this, we'll get into it more. But yeah, there is little points in the remake that I can't stand. Narrative wise, it just drives me nuts.
Can you just give one example of narrative things that you don't like?
Well, just things that I guess more something that they changed. I mean, just Freddy being a straight up child molester. I know people have these arguments and stuff, but in the original film, he was never actually labeled as that. He was a child murderer, and there's a big difference though. And I think people seem to overlook the difference in what a child murderer is and a child molester is. I mean, it's like a 180, man.
That's literally because you like Freddy, though. You don't want him to be.
No, it's even having your main villain as a molester, as a child molester. That's just fucking wrong, and gross, and if he's going around. I mean, you can kill a kid and not touch him, kid. But if you're killing the kid and touching him, maybe not in that order. I don't know, man.
And it's pretty much typecast because Jackie Earle Haley actually played a child molester before that in another film.
Yeah, but that doesn't have much.
That's kind of ironic, though. I mean, that's just more of a coincidence too. But
to be fair, in the original film, in the script, he was a child molester. They took it out, and it was never in the original film. It is in the sequels, though. There's evidence of it. For
sure. But I mean, that's a totally different conversation.
Yeah, the sexual and the ango and stuff that he does.
I'm glad that they took that out of the original film and stuff, and I mean, there's a big difference.
Do you get mad about it in the sequels too, though?
I mean, it's not my favorite thing in the world. I mean,
that's because you got a tattoo of him.
No, it has nothing to do with that. I mean, it's a fictional character. It's not like this is a fucking real person tattooed on my arm. That's just weird, wrong. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. The other one that gets me going, and I know that you agree with Dave on this, and because I use it a lot, man. When I'm watching films, I like to be involved with the people I'm watching. I like to kind of care about characters and stuff. And of course, Dave, I swear that was directed at me because I always say that how much, if there's certain films out there and everyone is just a total shithead character, it fucking annoys me when I'm watching films, man. All these cliched, shitty characters that I don't give a flying fuck about if they die or live or whatever. You have the argument of why do you need to cheer for characters and stuff? You technically don't, but it is nice to be invested. If you're going to sit there for 90 minutes, it's nice to actually have someone that's relatively relatable to you and that you can actually try to identify with, and at least get the.
I can identify with bad people too, though, because it's if they don't have any depth to them.
Sure for them.
What's that?
The thing is, I can too. I just don't want to. I just don't feel if I'm watching this film. I mean, there's got to be something decent about it. You got to get something decent out of it. If everything just sucks, it's just such a fucking downer.
Yeah,
I know it's kind of
downers. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
To me, it's like, okay, you look at a film like, Kids or something. Like, nearly every character is a piece of shit in that movie.
Yeah, true.
But I love it because it's like it's a study of these people that suck, kind of. And to me, it's like I don't need to like somebody. I'm looking at it like an objective person who doesn't. I'm just watching the story unfold. I don't have to care about this person or that person. But in certain films, I do, because if the narrative is based on that, if the narrative is trying to get you to.
But this is what I'm talking about. Horror film. I mean, if you're talking about kids versus a horror film, in kids, it is what it is. I mean, they're not fighting for their life and shit like that. Theoretically, I don't want shitty characters and shitty people to live in films. So that's annoying. So like when this fucking shithead lives in the fucking film, you're like, that's ridiculous. That's so stupid. I don't even care about this guy.
See, but sometimes that happens though. Like that's the way I look at it. Is like sometimes
I'm talking
bad
about your
people
main
are gonna...
characters.
What's that?
I'm talking about your main characters though too. Like your final girl. I mean, it's like a total sucky shithead. Like who gives a fuck about her? She's just
different,
she's just a fucking
because in a slasher film, the structure of the story is an arc for a character that is supposed to make this character triumph over these things. So it is different in a slasher. You do kind of need to root for the final girl if you want to feel something at the end when she wins or doesn't. So I agree with that, but I'm just saying in general, I don't
that's
need
kind of
to
what I'm
like
talking
anybody.
about. I mean, when you're
back
rooting
to
for
Elm
somebody,
Street, I 100% agree that the characters are fucking trash in the Elm Street remake. They're not likable at all, and they're not only not likable, they're bland, which is way worse than not liking. If they were complete dickheads, and maybe
they're very bland,
like let's say that the characters in Elm Street lied and said Freddy molested him, and he really didn't, and he didn't do anything to him at all. He was just a nice guy. Like, I would rather have that than just bland characters.
Oh, I know. I mean, those characters are just one-dimensional, fucking bland. There's no girth to them at all, man. This is boring shit. That's a big problem.
The way they deliver some of their lines was very, like, bland, too. Like, when the reveal happens, like, he did do it.
I can't
wait to cover that series one day because I feel like we can spend an entire hour at least
just on the remake.
Oh, trust me, I'm watching that film with a fucking picking apart with a fine comb too. It's like, I mean, the delivering lines and certain dialogue and things I can't quite remember right now because, to be honest, I've only ever seen it like once and a half kind of thing.
I think I'm gonna need a whole notebook.
You always hear the same arguments with the Elm Street remake, and I almost disagree and agree with them every time. It's the same ones. It's like, okay, Jackie Earle Haley, you know what, the movie sucks, but Jackie Earle Haley's performance actually pretty good. No, I disagree. Jackie Earle Haley's performance as Freddy sucks. It does. It just does. It's not.
Of course, it does. And this is coming from a subjective point of view too. It's like, compared to Robert Englund as Freddy. No, we're not even trying to. We're just looking at his performance. It just seems so downbeat and shitty. It just doesn't seem.
It's just basic. It's a basic. I can do that. I can do that, Freddy. Like, all you have to do is sound a little emo, and just be sad sounding and mad. Sad and mad. That's 2 notes.
Yeah, well, the thing is, he's not menacing at all, man. It's like
no. He's definitely not menacing.
That's the thing. He's so downbeat and out of it. It almost seems like he's kind of giving it 20%. You
It's
you
awkward.
notice that when you watch the performance. It's like, what the fuck? Like, It's almost laughable. Yeah, these people are saying that his performance is the one good thing about the Elm Street remake. You need to watch it again. Come on.
It's actually awkward. Like, it's actually awkward. But anyway, to wrap that, it feels like every once in a while we get into this long conversation about the Elm Street remake. We could take all the clips of us talking about the Elm Street remake in the past 90-some episodes and literally
make a whole clip show about
review on it. But, yeah, so I posted that thing, Unpopular Opinions. It seemed like it hit. It was fun. It was funny. I enjoyed it very much. But besides that, I mean, I just wanted to also, in this intro, sort of plug the things that we're doing. As I said before, last episode, if you haven't heard already, we need 2 voicemails from you. One if you want. Either one if you want. One of them is what the greatest horror film to you is. And that will be played at some point in episode 100. And then also in episode 100, we'd like a voicemail. You know, just something basic. You know, what anything you want to say about the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror. You know, this milestone, episode 100. So those 2 things, get them to me. You know, before episode 100. Please, 724-426-6665, I believe is the voicemail number. If that is correct, that's the first time I've ever been able to do it off top of the dome, by the way. So, and also we need iTunes reviews if you care to, if you want to. That would be nice. We've been getting them, and it's very, 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 very awesome. Like I say all the time, anybody who does iTunes reviews will be entered into any contest. Zach, that also includes you.
Saw that today.
And also episode, I believe it'll be 98, which will be the top 10 of 2016. That's approaching. That episode will be recorded on the 8th of January and drop on the 11th. So I need all of the top 10 lists on the week of the 1st. So, you know, if you want to participate, please drop us a top 10 list via the email 22shotsofmoodsandhorror@gmail.com. And basically, we take all of them, put them together, assign each entry with a point or a value, and then it gets sort of calculated into what the definitive top 10 list would be. We did it last year. It's pretty cool. Got about 10 submissions so far. Really, really want to get more. I definitely want to beat what we got last year, which I believe was, it was definitely way higher than 10. I don't remember exactly, but I'll know once I start getting a lot if it feels like I have more.
I think we got like math. At least over 20, didn't we?
Oh, fucking way over 20, dude.
Yeah, I can't remember, but yeah, it seemed like we got a fair amount anyways. But yeah, get those in, man. Get those in.
Get those lists in, guys.
Yep. So please do that. And I believe that is it. Hit up the Instagram, hit up the Facebook, Twitter, 22 Shots Podcast. And yeah, that's all I got for you today, guys.
Yeah. Q. Well, with that said, I kind of forgot where we were in the show. I guess we haven't even done news yet, have we?
Nope.
So yeah, let's get into some news. Yeah.
All right. So news, we will be discussing not a lot this week at all. So the first thing that I did want to sort of bring up is it's not necessarily news, but it's sort of rumors. And basically, every once in a while, we get news via like just the way things are done when you release something. Like there might be a listing that is posted on Amazon for a release, and this release hasn't been announced. Somehow, whenever a film gets released, you have to go through these different channels. Like you have to set up the fact that you're going to be shipping them to Amazon, and sometimes the dates get mixed up and Amazon lists them too early or whatever. Same thing goes with like IMDb, for example. When sometimes things will be put on IMDb before they're ever announced. And so
I know what you're going to announce. You're going to announce the Blu-ray release for a suburban film, right? That one coming out?
Suburban film. Oh, man.
I wish.
I find it so funny. Yay!
Yeah, so, basically, somebody shared in the Facebook group page that there is a listing for The Gate on Blu-ray.com. So...
Did it have a company attached to it? Or did it just have the listing?
Well, we know who owns it. So, it did not... actually, I don't... Let me check on that.
Well, you know who owns it, but I meant, like, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're the ones releasing it. They could have sub-licensed it out.
Yeah, except for they don't. They don't sub-license out.
Is it Sony? No,
Lionsgate.
Is it Lionsgate?
Lionsgate. Yeah, so...
I couldn't remember who owned it, yeah.
I pretty much would assume that it's a Vetrons title. That's what I'm going to go ahead and assume. Because
that makes sense.
The company that I guess leaked it or put a pre-order listing up is actually Best Buy. So Best Buy was the first one to post the listing, and it says that it's a February 28th release date, I believe.
Makes sense.
So this actually does make sense because that's their February release then.
Yeah. So, and judging by the price, which is $34.99, I assume that it's a Vetrons title.
Maybe by then I'll actually get the other two that got released. Fuck.
I still need Waxwork and Chud 2.
Return of the Living Dead 3 and Chud 2, I, of course, pre-ordered, and they're unavailable or temporarily out of stock right now, of course. Like, fucking Amazon. I think that was happening down on .com, too, wasn't it? Some people were saying that they didn't get their copies and shit, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, a lot of things. It's been happening a lot lately.
Yeah, my Creep Show, that one didn't ship and stuff, and I think I...
What was up with the Creep Show? Is it sold out? What's going on with that? Did they say anything?
I don't know, man. I pre-ordered the Slipbox thing, and I didn't ship, so I have no idea what's going on.
It's either two things. It's either they didn't get their shipment in yet, or it's sold out. That's the only two things I could think of.
Because if you guys remember, we did a raffle for it on the Facebook page.
Yeah.
And I still have it pre-ordered for Matt, who won the raffle, because I just did it directly from my Amazon account, so it ships right to him, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And it says not yet shipped. So, I mean, I don't know. It's not canceled or anything, but I told him if it doesn't go, then we can, whatever else he wants for equal or lesser value, we'll send that to him. And, so that's weird. That's kind of weird that happened. I didn't really expect Creepshow 2 to be that popular of a title, honestly. Like, I know it's a popular title, but I didn't know people wanted it that much if it is sold out already.
I'm thinking it's because it was like a limited Slipbox edition and it's Arrow putting it out, so...
Yeah, but even like some of the other Arrow limited things, they don't sell out nowhere near that fast.
I know, I was actually just thinking about that today because I was looking on the Arrow sale actually, and there's a lot of limited edition stuff that's available for, 50% off right now.
Yeah.
Crazy. So... Yeah, I guess Creepshow is just more popular than you thought it was. I guess. I don't know.
That was actually good. That was actually going to be one of my unpopular opinions. Creepshow is not a 10 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10.
The original.
Yeah.
Are you one of those guys that likes Creepshow 2 more than the original one?
I used to, but then I rewatched Creepshow 2, and I was like, you know what? The Raft isn't as good as I remembered it was. It's just not. And I like Creepshow like a good bit, but it's just, to me, it's not as good as like Trick or Treat or Tales from the Hood. I think Creepshow, like the first segment in Creepshow, the Father's Day one, I actually think it's not good at all.
Really?
Cordelia!
And then also just, I don't like the Tide You Over one at all. I think it's silly.
Yeah, we got into that before.
I love the Tide Me Over, man.
The best segment in there is the one with Stephen King.
Meteor shit.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the best one. And then I like The Crate, but it's, the Crate's really good. And then I like They're Creeping Up on You.
Like the wraparound too of Tom Atkins. That's why gods make fathers.
But continuing on here from our Creepshow talk, Amityville: The Awakening once again delayed. This is probably this is going on a 2-year delay now, 2 full years almost.
And this one's coming right before it was supposed to come out, like a week before or something.
Yeah, so it initially had a September 2014 release date. That was its initial release date. And now it's pushed back once again till June 30th of 2017. Or actually, scratch that. Yeah. That's correct, actually.
I would like to know what this delay was. I mean, if it's supposed to come out in a week and then they delay it that long, what just happened?
Dude, but no, like the film's been done. The film's been done.
This is Amityville, like 26. This is like the 26th Amityville film. Like, dude, are they putting that much merit into this thing, or like they actually think the fans care that much about this shit? It's fucking ridiculous. I just don't get it, man. I mean, it's obviously fully done. You know, it has to be done.
Yeah, I just think that it's an awful movie, and they don't know what to do with it.
Just release the DVD. Jesus Christ.
Why don't they just put it straight to DVD?
I don't know, dude. I really don't. So I mean, when you talk about Amityville, I believe that officially, I've kind of looked around a little bit, and I believe officially there is Amityville 1 through 8. The remake is all part of the original series, and everything else is not part of the original. Is unofficial, and then up until Amityville: The Awakening.
So basically, the name Amityville isn't copyrighted. Like anybody can just go and make an Amityville film. Then
yes,
is that what you're dealing with here? So how is that name not copyrighted?
Because it's a place.
Well, I mean, you can still attach it to
because they're not calling it the Amityville Horror either, which probably is copyrighted.
Maybe that's what it is.
That's true.
But you would say copyright the word Amityville. I mean, yeah, of course it's a place too, but you can still copyright a word. I mean, use it for, those purposes. But I don't know. I find that so intriguing. That a couple of the entries, they're kind of related to the original franchise, aren't they? In storyline and stuff.
I haven't seen any of them. So
like they're generally kind of. I know a couple of them completely are not even like it's just the name.
Yeah.
Yeah, but isn't that like public information? Like, I don't think you can be sued for talking about like public information, right? Like there was a house in Amityville where people said it was haunted.
Yeah, they did that in one of the movies from this year, The Conjuring 2 and The Conjuring. They talk about the Amityville. And it's not copyrighted because they used it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little different too because they were actually talking about the real people that were actually apparently, did investigations there too. So they were basing it off real people and the real actual place. I don't really know. I really don't understand how a lot of that stuff actually does work. But I don't know. It's intriguing. I'd like to find out more about that because it just seems like, I don't know. It just seems that.
So right now, there is 9 official Amityville films.
Yeah.
And then another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 unofficial Amityville films. So 16 total, 8 official, 8 unofficial, with a 9th official on the way.
Huh.
But I swear to God, if we do the Amityville series, we will do 2 shows. We will do the official Amityville series and then go into the unofficials, which is another 8 movies. I think that's the best way to do it.
Yes.
Oh my God, that's just so much shit to watch.
Amityville franchise.
Nice.
It has a nice ring to it.
And Moon's supposed to answer, is it nice?
Yeah, really.
So, yeah, Amityville is being pushed back. After that, we have Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds is going to be put into the National Film Registry. So,
Nice.
that's cool.
Yeah.
Whoa, got a little feedback here going on. All right, fixed it. So, yeah, that's the little bit of news there. And this little bit of news, which isn't really news, it's just like, hey, this happened. I guess on the Jack Frost commentary for the new release put out by Vinegar Syndrome, I believe it was a commentary moderated by Justin Beam. And basically was it the director?
Michael Cooney.
Is he the director? Yeah,
Yes.
writer-director. Basically says that he wanted to do a Jack Frost 3. He started writing it. There's about 20 pages somewhere. It was going to be giant Jack Frost. At the end of part 2, there is this screaming Jackzilla, and this giant carrot drops on the boat. The next one started off 10 years later, and the kid is all grown up. It was going to be set in the city, and Jackzilla, this giant snowman, attacks a skyscraper, enveloping it in killing people coming through the vents and all that.
It's so stupid. It's so stupid.
I probably watch it, though, to be honest.
Oh my god, that just sounds ridiculous.
Basically, a few years ago, he said digital effects have come down in price by now, and I think we could do it. If someone wants to make it, I would adore the opportunity. It holds such a special place in my heart.
Digitally done Jack Frost? Oh my god. That's going to take all that charm away from that $100,000 suit.
It'd be great if he fought like a giant.
Never used to.
If he fought like a giant Santa Claus in the middle of the movie.
Oh my god. It just sounds like a terrible idea, man. Ugh.
They just make it like a giant kaiju film with like a giant like Jack in the Box, and Jack Frost fights it, throws him to the sun.
Christ. Oh my god! I actually popped in Jack Frost late last night. I wanted to check out the transfer on the new Blu-ray, and I was just like, "Fuck, this movie's so bad." It's so bad, but it's so entertaining, and it looks so good on the Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray. It's like,
It does.
how did this movie get such a fucking good release, man? It cracks me up, man. But I was just laughing. I watched about the first half an hour. I was like, yeah, this transfer is ridiculous. It's crazy.
So, basically, that's all the news for that Jack Frost thing. And then after that, the film, we mentioned this last week, that Train to Busan was getting a remake, a United States remake, and apparently it's going to get a sequel as well. So basically it's going to follow the events of what happened at the end of the first one, which I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know. And I just stopped reading there because it started talking about what happened.
Oh,
At the
okay.
end of the first one. But yeah, so apparently it's getting a sequel. So we're getting a sequel and a foreign remake. Well, foreign to them, home to us.
I'm excited
crazy,
because I
man.
really enjoyed Train to Busan.
I still need to see it. I hear it's on Amazon Prime though, so
Yeah, I got to check that one out before the year-end show. Somehow, I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know if I'm going to be able to do it or not. I have no idea.
Speaking of the end of the year show, like, I'm actually starting to come around pretty heavy on this year. I've watched a couple solid flicks of late. Thanks to Dave Z actually and Brandon for giving me a list of films that I should see. Because it's kind of coming down to the wire, and yeah, I'll talk about it more on the end of the year show of like my actual thoughts on the year. But it is actually, in terms of quality movies, it sort of does rival last year once you get to the actual quality movies.
Yeah, there's some good ones.
I don't know. We'll see, I guess.
There's probably a lot that you still haven't seen, Moods, I would assume, huh?
Yeah, well, there's a couple. I've been catching up. I've seen quite a few recently, so. But yeah, there's still a couple. I still need to see the Neon Demon.
Yeah?
Yeah, still gotta see that.
Jesus.
But it'll be happening. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple. I want to see that Train to Busan or whatever, however you pronounce it and shit. That's another one. And The Wailing, that's another one I got to check out. But
is it on Netflix for you?
Yeah, The Wailing's on U.S. Netflix.
Oh, actually, it is now. That is. Yeah, I got it in my queue, so I'm going to check that out. Stuff. So, good. But I did watch The Good Neighbor, actually, the day after you reviewed it, Derek.
Have you seen...
I really enjoyed it, actually. I thought it was good.
Have you seen Shozo Diabolical?
Yeah. I seen it a long time ago.
What about I'm the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House?
I watched that. It's pretty good. I got to rewatch that one, though. That's one I might have to rewatch before the end of the year.
That one's on my list. It's on my list to check out.
What about Kill Your Friends?
Yeah, I saw Kill Your Friends months ago.
Before
Good
I
film.
Wake?
Is that one worth checking out? Before I Wake? It's on my list, but I wasn't 100% sure if it was actually, like, legitimately...
I haven't looked into it or anything.
Is it out yet? I think that's a 2017 one.
Is it?
Yeah, I think that one...
The DVD doesn't come out till, I think, January or something like that. But...
I'll
got
have to
released
look
this year.
into that one.
But, yeah.
Yeah. What about Fear Inc. Scare Campaign? The Mind's Eye.
Oh, Mind's Eye I reviewed on the podcast.
Yeah, Mind's Eye was good, man.
Derek, we're getting some kind of feedback from you or Modes. Not sure who it is. But yeah, I still need to see a lot of those. I really like Fear Inc. I seen Trash Fire. Did you see Trash Fire, Modes?
Not yet, no.
All right. Let's go into the last little bit of news that I have here. It's more of like a PSA. So apparently Scream Factory's release of Black Christmas, they need to do the replacement disc program. They've done this a couple times. Once for Army of Darkness. Wasn't there another? Oh, Halloween 4.
Halloween 4. And then we also heard from other people too that like The Thing, Child's Play.
Who said that?
Dead Ringers, I guess, had a bunch of faulty discs on those too. Mm-hmm. I was like, holy fuck, crazy. And I was like, shit, man, I haven't even checked out my Child's Play yet. I watched The Thing, and it seemed like it was fine. I don't know what the problem is. I'm assuming it's probably not the whole pricing. It's probably just bum discs or something like that, but I don't know. I hadn't heard anyone else say anything about Child's Play. The Thing, I didn't notice anything with mine, but...
well, with The Thing, they actually postponed that release to another month because of the disc errors. But they send fucked up... But they send fucked up discs to all... Yeah.
That's right. The screener copies, because remember Jason's copy was all fucked up, I think. That's funny. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, but they pulled those before. Okay, that's what the problem was. That's right. But man, that seems to be kind of an ongoing thing. I was saying, like, I don't know why they don't have some type of quality control. You know, people that actually go over their releases before they officially release them to the public. Doesn't that kind of make sense to do?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know how those companies work, honestly.
But like, honestly, like you're putting out a mass product here. I mean, and
but is it a case where it's like every single disc off the line is messed up, or is it like halfway through production? Like
it could be like Russian. It could be like Russian roulette sometimes.
It seems like with the Black Christmas that the audio track is actually fucked up. So that's
something that I wouldn't notice though. Like, because apparently, what is it that it doesn't have the mono track included or something?
I'm not actually 100% sure what it was. I didn't really read fully into it. I didn't even check out my copy yet because I just got it and that news came out. So I was like, what the fuck? That's crazy. But I mean, they have had minor audio issues in the past with certain releases, like Body Bags had a lot of, like a little bit of hissing and stuff. And that was just caused from, you know, the actual print or whatever that they used, the audio track that came from it. So,
well, I will say that
people said they didn't really notice, but
I didn't notice it.
For me, I noticed right away. And I remember I was one of the first people to even say about it. I was like, what the fuck's with this Body Bag, the audio on, the first story, and it was kind of hissy and high pitch and stuff. And sure enough, on the forums, and they were saying that something to do with the audio track taken from the print or whatever was kind of screwy and stuff. And I'm like, fuck. But they just don't say anything. And it's like, I wasn't the only person that noticed. So I don't know. That bugs me.
But apparently, the Black Christmas Disc 1, basically, the replacement disc will include the original mono audio track as it was presented on the prior release. So it has something to do with the mono track, which... do you ever listen to the mono track?
So, yeah. I mean, like a lot of releases I do, because I mean, into the original audio, right? Because when you mix down something that was originally mixed in mono into like 5.1, it changes it like completely. Like it's not supposed to be like that, right? So, it's kind of like, a film that was shot in full screen, and then if you put it into widescreen, it stretches it out theoretically, right? So, with the audio, I mean, it just depends how it's mixed down, but apparently their mono track must be fucky.
Whatever is, like, when you hit play, whatever plays, that's what one I listen to.
Yeah.
I never changed that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, with older films, it makes sense, because, like, a lot of that shit was, I mean, none of that shit was 5.1 mixed back in the day and stuff, right?
Yeah,
so,
that's true.
So all you're doing is changing the mix on it, right? So you're literally changing the way that film actually sounds, because a lot of that shit was not actually meant to, have, those sounds. Like, it wasn't supposed to be mixed in 5.1, so that's why some of these films that are mixed like that now sound a little bit interesting and odd. It's one thing I do like about Arrow Video is that they do, they include, like, just, the general original audio track to the releases, right? So it sounds normal.
Doesn't like Scream Factory does that too.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying I never change it. I don't know. Like, now I'm kind of curious to see what's a film that I should change it on and try it out.
Just to watch the mono track?
Yeah, is it a noticeable difference? Like, am I going to be like, oh shit, this movie sounds completely different?
Well, it'll probably be more in front of you. I mean, it depends on how your audio system's set up, right? If you have a 5.1 system and you're sitting, kind of in the middle room, and you have the left and right, the speakers behind you and stuff.
It just comes out like playing, like all the same level, right?
Well, you probably won't have any sound coming out of those in general. You shouldn't, because it's not the 5.1 mix. See, that's where the 5.1 comes in. It'll mix it down, and then you'll get that wide range, right?
Yeah, but I thought when something's in, like, mono, it's like, for example, like the podcast, if we do it in stereo, like, certain sounds can come out of the right ear, certain sounds can come out of the left ear, but when it's mono, it's the same sounds come out of all ears, like, all speakers. Yeah,
I mean, to a certain degree anyways, but a release, listen to mono tracks, I don't even know, man. I just... a lot of the older films I just listen to it in the original audio just because, I don't know, because sometimes it does come out sounding a little fucky and shit like that. But you ever with Chainsaw, I guess, do you watch with the 5.1 or
whatever starts when you put Chainsaw in, you press play, whatever it's on?
Some releases they come up with the brand new mix, right? Well, most releases are like that. They come up with the brand new mix, because if Scream Factory did a 5.1 mix on fucking Body Bag or something like that, it's going to come up on that. But yeah, and sometimes it comes out a little hissy and shit because it's not supposed to be like that. I don't know. Yeah, that's where you get a lot of audio problems, is the new mix downs and shit like that, right? So too many frequencies, man. Too many frequencies.
Yeah. It's very interesting. I'm not really big in audio when it comes to...
Yeah, me neither. That's what it is. Like,
I'm not that... Like, not even just audio, but, like, music in general. When people are like, oh, yeah, got that 80s blah, 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 blah type sound. I'm like, okay. I don't know what that is.
No, those soundtracks is different for me, but, like, with, like, actual, like, audio tapes, like, people dialogue, it's a little different for me. But I like know the difference in, like, music and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, so these replacement discs, if you bought the Shout Factory Black Christmas and you want to get the replacement disc, send it an email to the info@shoutfactory.com. I believe you have to have your, like, receipt and stuff. Please provide your first, last name. Also, please include Black Christmas replacement program in the subject line.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, so must provide proof of purchase, photo of receipt, blah, blah, blah. And basically shipping information, they'll ship it out to you. And
There is going to be no confirmation on that, so if you're wondering why you're not going to get a confirmation that it shipped out, it's because they're not sending them out. I think that's noted in the posting. So
yeah, it's kind of weird. That this I don't know if you guys checked, but I didn't see this posted on Scream Factory's page, like their Facebook page. Did you guys see this over there?
No,
I actually didn't even bother to go over there. They responded quick though. Like I emailed and I had like an email I think the next morning. So like that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I just found it weird that they didn't say anything.
Well, I didn't really go on that page.
This information was kind of like hidden, right? Like it wasn't like.
Yeah, well, it's probably because they didn't want to make a big deal out of it because it probably sold well.
They gotta sell more discs.
Now we got to send so many discs out. It's probably exactly what it was too.
Yeah.
Listen, I 100% give props to companies that will replace the discs. Like that's huge to me. Like whether the mistake should have been made in the first place or not, like that's up for debate. But the fact that they at least do something about it is good. You can't look at that as bad. So the only thing that always bugs me about that is like now when I buy Black Christmas, eventually if I buy it, does that mean that I'm gonna get a shitty disc?
Yeah, I know that's kind of the question, right? I mean, I heard that they are pulling some of them. I mean, are all of them going to get pulled? Probably not. I'm sure some people are going to end up buying those bum discs, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how long these. And that's the other thing I never understood about these replacement programs. How long do you have before they just totally cut you off? Like if you bought the release 6 months down the road and you got one of the bum copies, do you email Scream Factory and be like, I got one. It's 6 months later. Here's my proof of purchase, and can you guys help me out? Like, do they respond? I don't know. Don't know.
Who knows? Anyway, that is it for the news. So,
alrighty. Q. Yeah, not much news, but yeah, it is what it is, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's the end of the year. There's not really much.
Yeah. Speaking of not much, getting into mood swings here in the DVD and Blu-ray releases for December 27th, 2016. We're getting down to this is the last one of the year, and it's pretty scrawny, man. It's pretty scrawny. I think last week I announced that the House That Screamed by Scream Factory was coming out, but apparently it got pushed back a week or something like that. Probably because of bump discs or something like that. Had to do it. Yeah, poo. So apparently the House That Screamed is coming out on the 27th now. I'm not really too sure why it got a week delay, but I don't know. It's kind of weird because mine actually shipped, and when I pre-order Scream Factories, they never ship early, ever, but this one did. So I'm not really too sure what's up with that, but who really knows? So basically all we got, I don't really know anything about this film. Do you guys know anything about this one? Dog Eat Dog, starring Nicolas Cage and William Dafoe. Is this actually a horror film? Is this a thriller? Or what's going on with this one? Because
I have no idea what it is.
I might have seen a trailer for this at some point, somewhere.
Yeah. Thought it was interesting it was listed in here. So I think it's engaging crime. Yeah, it doesn't. It looks more like a crime thriller type deal. I will note this just because the director is, he's more or less a horror director, but In a Valley of Violence is coming out from Ty West, if you're interested in, Westerns and stuff. I've been hearing pretty mediocre stuff about this. Have you guys heard anything about this one?
I'm pretty sure I heard something good.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard anything like terrible, but I heard some people say it was pretty average kind of thing. But I'm definitely curious to check this out because I'm a big fan of Westerns, and it's got a pretty cool cast: John Travolta, Ethan Hawke, Ty West directing. We'll see how it turns out. Derek, I know you're interested in this one, though, right?
Yeah, I'm a big Western fan, so I'm definitely gonna check it out.
I just thought it was interesting that John Travolta was in a fucking Western. As soon as I heard that name attached to a Western, I was like, that's weird. It just kind of shocked me a little bit, but and then oddly enough, I don't know why this is happening, but Underworld is getting a 4K disc release, and then they're re-releasing the other films on Blu-ray. And they're like super cheap, so all the other sequels are coming out on Amazon
because there's a fucking new sequel. coming out.
Probably. I mean, just re-release them. Probably. I don't even know if they're new transfers. Apparently, well, obviously the first one is, but they're super cheap. They're like $10. Whatever. Catalog titles, I guess, and stuff. So
yeah, I don't own those. So I mean, I honestly would buy those at a cheap price.
I got the actual Underworld box set, all 4 films, and it was like $15 on Blu-ray. It was like dirt cheap, man. So, yeah, I don't know.
When's the new one come out? Oh, January 6th. So
yeah,
like, that's literally why they're coming out.
Yes, I think what these are just repackaged. They got different cover arts on them. Obviously, the first one got 4K.
You got to put them out when the new one comes out. You're gonna sell them.
Yeah. So all these cover arts are very much the exact same.
Yeah, they look. You know what they look? They look like they should be in like a box set. Like you took out, like you bought a box set and then like you took out each individual case. Like that's what it looks like.
It does.
It's a box set without the box.
So true. Yeah, and that is pretty much it, man. There's like absolutely no releases. I don't know if you guys have any more that's coming out on the 27th. I was searching around. I can't seem to find anything. Like, I guess everything came out before Christmas. This month was really slow, for, the holiday season. You think there'd be a lot more releases, but there wasn't a lot in December, was there? Maybe the 20th had a lot, but...
Not really.
Yeah, it was kind of a very, very slow month, so... Yeah, that is it, man. That is it. And actually, January isn't even looking too happening right now either, which is kind of interesting, so... But until then, I guess we'll wait and find out. Yeah, for 2017... yeah, so I don't even know how to do this. Like, how do you do the release of the week here? Pick of the week? What the fuck? Like, I don't even know what to say, man.
There's one you go with.
The house that screamed. I mean, you gotta.
That's not coming out this week.
What do you mean it's not coming out this week?
I thought you said it wasn't coming out this week.
No, it's coming out on the 27th. It was supposed to be coming out on the 20th.
Oh, okay.
But the date got pushed a week, so... and that's kind of really the only horror film in here, like, bonafide. I guess you can count the Underworld films or fantasy horror. I don't know what you want to call them, but...
Action horror.
Underworld's
action
definitely horror. It's definitely action horror, but it's fucking horror. It's werewolves and vampires. I've seen the first one, I think.
For sure, I guess. Just over-stylized horror.
Over-stylized stuff, yeah. Maybe we should do that one time.
What, the franchise?
Yeah, that and the Resident Evil franchise. Once the new Resident Evil comes out. They're doing the same thing with the Resident Evil films in January.
That's what I said when we were doing pregame. I was like, what the fuck? Resident Evil films are all coming out, too. Yep. Yeah, The House That Screamed, man. Got to pick it up. I've actually never seen it before, so I'm looking forward to it.
Me neither.
All right, cool.
Do we got some voicemails and questions this week?
Yes, we do. We have voicemails and questions, actually. Let's go questions first. Yeah, let's do questions first. So, Charlene, I totally forgot about this one until pregame. She sent this weeks ago for the Christmas episode. She said, "Hey guys, if it makes it to the Christmas episode, Merry Christmas, and I hope you have a great time during your holiday season. I'm having a ton of fun watching Christmas horror films. I also listen to the podcast episodes relating to the films I watch, Black Christmas, Jack Frost, etc. Anyway, here are my 2 questions. Excluding The Thing, because it's too obvious of a choice, what are some of your favorite non-Christmas horror films which take place during winter in the snow? Mine would be Child's Play, Dead Snow, and Misery."
Horror films that take place in the snow?
But are not Christmas horror films.
That are not Christmas horror films. Whew.
Yeah.
Gotta say The Thing, man.
She said,
Besides The Thing.
Don't listen to the damn anything. She said, excluding The Thing because it's too obvious of a choice.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that really is the ultimate, though, isn't it?
Yeah. There's one other that comes to mind that's really obvious.
Derek, you go.
One of your favorite movies.
The Shining.
Yeah. That's
that was actually the other one that I was thinking of, like, right away. You know what, man?
Shining. Go ahead, Moods.
Oh, what were you going to say, Derek?
I was gonna say Cold Prey, the first one.
Great choice. Great choice.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking of Cold Prey too. I would have to say one that I really enjoy is 30 Days a Night. Actually, that one's
that was one of my choices.
That one just has a cold feeling to it. It's just the whole premise of 30 Days a Night is excellent. It's an excellent premise.
Yeah, one of my favorites is Let the Right One In.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Utilizes its winter setting very well. It feels wintry, and
it's
good.
Oh, you know what? I actually just thought of one right now that I know that you really enjoy, JP, which is Frozen.
Oh, how did I forget Frozen? Yeah, that's literally like one of my favorite movies of the last.
Frozen's so good. Tough watch on rewatch value, but it's a really good film.
No way, dude. I've probably honestly watched Frozen probably 5 or 6 times.
And one I just reviewed last week actually, which was Wind Chill with Emily Blunt. That one's just straight up in the snow. The whole film. It's awesome. Pretty good stuff. So you've never seen
We Are Still Here has a pretty cool winter setting.
Yeah, it does. It does actually.
Yeah. One thing I thought had a good. Well, shit. Never mind. It's a Christmas movie. But yeah, I love Storm of the Century. Great winter setting.
Mm-hmm.
Sin.
Yeah. Come on in. Moots, have you seen that yet?
No, I still haven't seen it. No.
Jesus. We're gonna.
You saw Storm of the Century?
I know, it's not crazy.
Still not done a Stephen King episode. How crazy is that?
Yeah, I know. That should really happen. That should really happen.
Yeah, 100% we're doing Stephen King next season, after the new year. Stephen King, oh man, there's so many ideas that we need to do. But anyway, so she continues on saying, Christmas 2015 could have been branded the year of the Krampus. Past decades have brought us numerous films featuring a killer Santa. If you could direct a Christmas horror film, what would you do to make it different?
Ooh.
So what would I do to make a Christmas horror film different? For one, I would try to make it, Santa Claus related in some way, but maybe even throw in Krampus. And the key thing that I would do to make it different, especially in today's standards, is I would play it 100% serious, and it would be about Santa or Krampus killing kids. 100%. That's what it should be about. Yet none of them are. Literally none of them are.
No.
You know what I mean?
No. Mm-hmm. I know, and that's the thing. That's one thing about Krampus is that when you have Krampus in a film, it should be serious because Krampus is the Christmas devil. Like he's dead serious. He's just fucking taking people out and punishing them and shit. You can't throw a cop in there. That's ridiculous.
I would make it.
What about Santa
serious.
Claus? What about a battle? Santa Claus versus Krampus.
See, now you're getting into the silly territory.
No, it could be serious. It could be done totally serious, man. Santa is trying to save Christmas. He's trying to save Christmas, and even though there's certain people out there that lose their, they lose their spirit and stuff, he's fighting for them. And Krampus is like, "Fuck you, Santa Claus. I'm going to take their shit, or I'm going to take their souls."
Yeah, but Santa Claus doesn't like bad kids either.
Yeah, but I mean, he's still going to defend them because he's not a bad person. Krampus is, on the other hand. So therefore, he's going to still stand up for, these kids. I mean, they still have hearts and souls and shit. I mean, he's not going to shun them. He's Santa Claus.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, he's going to defend. You can have you can make it dead serious. I mean, you just have to.
You have to really be careful on how you do things if you're doing that film and trying to make it serious.
Yeah.
Because Santa Claus can come off cheesy. Like, if you have an actor playing Santa Claus...
Well, I mean, if you have Bill Goldberg playing Santa Claus, I mean... come off a little cheesy, I guess.
Yeah. I also just like the idea of films set on Christmas. Like, you don't necessarily have to have Santa Claus and elves and snowmans killing shit. Like, it could literally just be, like, Dead End. It's set on Christmas, And, you know, because it just gives it a different feel. It makes things feel like it's more important, too. Like, and there's more riding on things.
Isn't that kind of how P2 feels, though, too? It's like it's set on Christmas Eve, is it not?
Yeah.
And it's kind of all in the parking garage and stuff, so,
There's tons of films that are set on Christmas. And
yeah, like ATM.
Yeah, ATM.
Yeah, Inside.
That movie sucks, though.
I didn't hate it. It has, like, a brilliant, like, moments.
It's got a decent premise to it. They just don't execute
There's too many plot holes.
Oh, fuck, dude. The ending just makes no sense to... If you really kind of pick apart the film, shit doesn't make sense at all. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So, those are kind of our ideas for Christmas horror movies. You guys have anything else on that?
Yeah, mine would probably be cheese factor. I'd probably make a movie about like Killer Reindeer or something.
Killer Reindeer?
I never seen them before in a film.
Were they an American Horror Story? Was that? I feel like there might have been some Killer
Reindeer. That's awesome.
Like killer mutant reindeer, like fangs and stuff.
I'm actually really surprised that more Christmas-related horror films don't have more, like, you know, elves in them, like killer elves and shit like that.
I'm just surprised that every fucking Christmas horror film, besides like Silent Night, Deadly Night, that features a killer Santa Claus, is like either cheesy or they don't exist. Like, it's just weird to me that, like, how is there not an axe-murdering Santa Claus that is killing kids? Like, why is it so hard to make a movie like that?
I don't know. Everything has to be funny nowadays.
It just blows my mind that nobody has got to the point where they're like, I'm going to make a horror movie, and I'm going to make it serious, and I'm going to kill some kids with Santa Claus. Like, it just, to me, it's like a no-brainer. It's like, yeah, of course you do that. It'd make everybody freak out. It would, like, I'll mention more on this later, but...
yeah.
Anyway, again, Merry Christmas, guys. I try to listen to other podcasts, and I gotta say, so far, I haven't found any that I love as much as the 22 Shots. And before Dave snaps at me, I do love Exploding Heads. They're the second best.
Yes.
You hear that, Dave? The second best.
Good shit. Thank you, Charlene. Yeah, it's awesome. Good
Merry
stuff.
Christmas,
Thanks.
Charlene. Thank you.
Anyway.
Good stuff.
That was from Charlene. Thank you, Charlene. And moving along here, we have one from Mr. Watson, the homie. So, Mr. Watson from Horror Corridor, which is a damn good podcast if you haven't listened. Charlene, maybe try Horror Corridor. You might like him more than us. He says, "What's up, homies? I've been meaning to write in for a while about something you mentioned in the news portion of episode 95. JP, you were definitely right that I would love to hear about how the rights to Anne Rice's Vampire Chronicles have reverted back to her. I was ecstatic when I heard she wants to do an epic television program. I mentioned on Horror Corridor's Facebook page that I hope it's like Penny Dreadful. Anyways, episode 95, Moods commented about how he'd heard Anne Rice had converted to Christianity and stopped writing the vampire novels. I just thought I'd weigh in here and say that Moods is right. Around 10 years ago or so, Anne Rice rediscovered her faith and put aside the Vampire Chronicles so she could write novels about Christ. She also wrote a couple novels about a hitman who travels through time with angelic assistance. All of these are pretty good novels. Well, as it so happened, Anne Rice very publicly left organized religion. Siemens, you missed that part where you heard her announcement to go into organized religion, but you missed her announcement to go out.
I wasn't 100% sure. I didn't want to say anything, but I thought that she kind of renounced that. Okay. You know, her whole... But I didn't want to say anything because I wasn't 100% sure. I just didn't want to look and sound like an asshole. But, so I was kind of leaning towards that, so that's good, though. That's good.
Yeah, so she left organized religion a few years later. She maintains that she's still very devout and that her heart belongs to Christ, but she wants no part of organized religion anymore. It was around the same time that she began talking on her Facebook page about how she misses the vampires. And then in 2014, she came out with Print Lestat, which was her first vampire novel in over 10 years. She just came out with another one this last November, too. I haven't read it yet myself, but I'm sure it's great. Well, I guess that's all I've got to say about that. I just want to formally say once again how much I love the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. I think I told Moods this back when we were Skyping with Brandon and Zach a while ago, but I've been going through all the old episodes, and it's amazing to see how you guys started off so strong and kept getting even better. As a new podcaster myself, it's encouraging to see how longtime podcasters do their thing, and nobody does it quite like you guys. Much love, as always, my friends, Mr. Watson. P.S. Adding Derek as a host was a solid move. Love that dude in his videos. He's a great addition to the show. Blah, 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 for
Yes,
sure.
thank you, Mr. Watson.
That was a really, really good and well written.
Yeah, it's fucking Watson,
good.
dude. Of course,
good, man. Yeah, of course, man. It's the homie Watson.
Anything
Man.
this guy touches is gold.
Thank you for the kind words. We appreciate it here at the 22 Shots Laboratory. It's awesome.
Yes, absolutely. We in the lab. Anyway, continuing along here, we got one from Chris Lax, the homie Chris. Do you guys ever listen to horror soundtracks instead of regular music? If so, have you ever been walking outside at night alone listening to a horror soundtrack? I've done it a few times and it brings some odd nostalgia feel to me, and sometimes it actually makes me feel like I'm in a horror movie. You should try it sometime.
I mean, I've been driving around at nighttime, and I got that shit pumping and stuff. I don't know if I've ever like strapped on headphones and just walked out at nighttime listening to it. I should try that though.
I do all the time.
Actually, no. I mean, I guess I've listened to it, late at night around a campfire or something like that. But I guess that kind of counts. Kind of creepy, actually. To be honest, not
I'm
gonna
not
lie.
listening to like podcasts or anything. I'm usually listening to like horror soundtracks, like walking to work. I work overnight, so it's like late at night, and there's like a lot of like things that happen. Like one thing that happened that was really cool. I was listening to actually like I think it was Goblin. I was listening to. I think it was Suspiria or either Deep Red, and when I was walking, all I see is like this green tinge coming from like the stoplight. I'm like, oh, cool! It feels like I'm in an Argento movie.
That's funny. Yeah, I actually have this playlist on one of my iPods, and it's just like horror film scores and stuff, and there's roughly like 150 tracks on there, and it's just like themes from everything from like Night of the Demons, which I love that theme. It's just so awesome.
Oh yeah.
That, all the, Argento stuff and
Claudio Simonetti.
Yeah, the Claudio Simonetti stuff, and just all over the place. So, and I throw it on random, and it's wicked to listen to, man. It's awesome. Really good stuff. I recommend doing that. It's fun. Another theme that I love, man, is the Howling 2. The music for that is wicked. Good shit.
I personally have never once actually like popped in like a horror soundtrack. Like I've played them on YouTube at work while I was working and stuff, which I actually liked doing, but like I would like to try to find like a playlist of just like the most popular themes, like Cannibal Holocaust theme and Nightmare on Elm Street theme and Friday the 13th Part 3 theme and Maniac or whatever, or Amityville.
I used to use that in so many videos, man. The Friday the 13th Part 3.
Yeah, I know.
The music's so good, man.
That was actually a very popular theme on YouTube. Like when I first started watching YouTube videos, I remember seeing that a lot.
Yeah.
It's just real catchy, It's good for videos for some reason. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where now that he says it, I do want to pop in the old iPod and when I walk my dog outside late at night to fucking go pee because he's an asshole. Always wants to go outside late at night. Pop on some Halloween or something, you know what I mean? Like, I think that would probably be pretty cool. So, thanks for the tip, Chris.
Good stuff, Chris.
Yeah.
So, that is it for the written-in questions as far as I know, except for somebody requested that we do Medea for episode 100 instead.
What?
Actually, a bunch of people. It almost picked up steam for a second. Like, if somebody had went and created a poll, like, I would have been like, oh shit, like, we might actually have to do this now.
I can't even say the name Medea without being disgusted.
Jesus. Like
so fucking bad, man.
Like, you literally would have to make me watch one of those. Like, I would not do it willingly at all. At all.
Me neither.
Worst characters ever, man. Ugh. Horrid.
Who's the guy that plays her?
That's Tyler Perry. Yeah, that's some real.
Yeah, I don't even like that guy outside of Medea. So that would be a terrible idea. Anyway,
I don't think I know Tyler Perry outside of Medea. To be honest.
Oh god.
So let's roll into the voicemails. We got one from Rob.
Yes.
And actually, I was supposed to play this one last week, but I didn't. So here we go.
Hey guys, Rob from Georgia. Man, I wasn't gonna follow up my last call so quick, but being that it's December 6th, 2016, and I came home to find my Mad Max Black Chrome Edition waiting for me, I just couldn't help but to call in and, do a little retrospect, I guess, look back to, I think it was episode 57, the Wes Craven Spotlight, when I dropped that voicemail and raged a little bit, how pissed off I was that studio, or the distribution company reneged on the black and white cut of Mad Max initially, and I said then, and I stayed true, that I wasn't going to double dip, and I did not double dip. I never bought it. I stayed clear of Mad Max for the year or whatever, and but when this thing went on pre-order, I did it, and got it on my mailbox today, but I got to tell you guys something. I've been looking for it the last few days when I got my notice that it was going to be here. You guys aren't, well, Moochie will believe this, I'm sure, without probably have your mail. I get home, it's raining, it's pouring, it's Western New York, it's winter, it's December, whatever, it's miserable. I come home. Do you know where my Blu-ray is? My package is sitting on my mailbox in the pouring rain on the, hanging like it's outgoing mail, not incoming mail. Oh my Lord, I just about snapped. Pulled in, I just couldn't even think about anything but racing up to the steps of the porch, grabbing that thing off, soaking, sopping wet, tear the stupid thing off, grabbed my Blu-ray. Thankfully, the bubble wrap kept everything nice and dry, and so it's all fine and everything. But you know what? It just, I'm just glad this, I don't know. I'm just, just tired, but happy I got this thing. And so tonight I'm going to put it in, and we'll watch the Chrome edition of this. And I know there's a little introduction by George Miller, so I'm kind of stoked with that. But just very happy that I was able to hold out over the year. And but anyways, just wanted to call in with that, and well, I guess it's a good time just to wish everyone an early Merry Christmas, and we got some good shows coming up, and so very stoked about that. And maybe somewhere off past Christmas time in the new year, maybe we can get that Thing show going, that Thing podcast. What do you guys think? Anyways, love you guys. Out.
All right, 100% we can get that Thing cast going. We need to start jotting down these ideas, Moods, because we have a lot of shows that we can do and we need to do, and we've talked about doing. So we need to get that going. The Mad Max Fury Road film from 2015, still have not seen it, actually. So that Black and Chrome edition, which I love Mad Max. Like, I don't love Mad Max. I love the Road Warrior and Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. I never really got into Mad Max at the first one.
Yeah. I'm having like this crazy deja vu. Did we not hear this voicemail last week? Or is it just me? Like, I knew the story. Like,
well, they posted on the Facebook group too.
I did play the voicemail before the show.
Okay, maybe that's why. I don't know.
Derek, did I play this voicemail last week on the show?
I'm pretty sure, man. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
I remember that whole story, and I was like, "Hey, did we play it before or during?" I don't know, man.
I don't think we did.
Because he posted it on the Facebook.
Somebody will take us.
He posted the voicemail?
No, he posted the story on the Facebook group too.
Oh yeah, with this picture. Yeah, that's
Maybe
right.
That's what it was then.
Anyway,
Yeah, so that's a hilarious story. Thanks for sharing, Rob. That's super fun.
Well, at least the bubble wrap kept it all, dry. That's good.
Yeah.
Bubble wrap
for sure.
It's in like one of those kind of bubble mailers. Why didn't they just put it right in the mailbox? Why would they have it halfway sticking out?
Unless they had like 9,000 packages or mail to go in there too.
I guess, but yeah, it just seems like it should be able to go in there. But yeah, no, that is a cool addition. I ended up actually grabbing the Mad Max for super cheap, but I would like to see it in black and white. Actually, I think that'd be kind of cool to do.
Yeah.
Fucking high octane film, and that film right from the start to end is just non-stop action. It's just crazy. But the storyline's so weak in the film, though. I mean, it's not like with a film like that, it really needs to have a complex storyline to be enjoyable, but the storyline really isn't that great. It's kind of weird, but I'm sticking by my words on this. It's a good film, though. It's fun. Crazy stunts.
Yeah, it's good.
Crazy fucking stunts.
Good visuals.
Yeah. Got to get on that, JP. Got to see that one.
Yeah. I finally saw, completely 100% off topic, but I finally saw The Force Awakens.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, I watched it a couple nights ago.
Right in the crunch time, too, for 2016 horror films. You're watching Star Wars.
I know, man. I was in one of those moods where, like, every once in a while I'll get in a mood to just watch something completely not horror. And usually I'll settle with a TV show. Because, as you guys know, I seriously watch about 8 non-horror films a year.
Yeah.
Like,
yes.
If that, sometimes. It's insane. And I was thinking about, because Brandon was talking about, like, I'm done with horror for until next year, like 2017. Like, and he's like, I got so much non-horror films to catch up on. I was thinking, I never even thought of that. Like, I've never thought, like, oh, I need to see all these big movies that came out this year. Like, and then it got me thinking, I was like, what is, like big movies that, like, I did actually have interest in seeing and never got to because I don't watch non-horror. And I was like, well, and Straight Outta Compton and Star Wars. Those are the two. And I couldn't find Straight Outta Compton in the red box anymore, so I grabbed Star Wars, which was in one of the red boxes. So, yeah, it was, and it reminded me how much I love Star Wars, but I didn't like it as much as everybody else did, I think. Did you guys see it?
Yeah,
I saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was, like, decent, but it was super basic. It didn't really add much to the Star Wars universe.
It's like one of those. It's like the first film in a new trilogy, so it's kind of like the same vein of like the other first films of those, like the prequel trilogy and like the original trilogy.
Yeah. I agree with that.
It sets up like what's going to happen, and then as the film progresses, like A New Hope wasn't really mind blowing either, if you think about it. Like
for the time, though. Definitely was. I don't really.
Yeah,
New Hope is probably my least favorite Star Wars film out of all of them.
Really?
So,
like even out of the new trilogy, like Episode 1?
No. I think that this newest one is my least favorite out of all of them. But
wow.
Yeah, I'm actually one of the rare people that like the prequel trilogy.
Huh.
Well, I guess it helps that the first film I ever saw out of a Star Wars film was Episode 3.
Really?
Yep.
Crazy.
Yeah. First Star Wars film I ever saw was Spaceballs, actually.
Spaceballs?
I don't mind the prequels. If they're on TV, I'll watch them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I love Star Wars. Like, Star Wars is my shit. And I never expected to like it as a kid. Like, I thought it was so lame looking. And then I was up in Maryland back in, like, I don't know, what year did the third one come out? The Episode 3.
Fuck, I
probably
saw
like
that.
2004.
I saw that in theaters.
The mid-2000s, something like that. Yeah,
I saw it in theaters, too. I can't remember.
Yeah, I was in Maryland, and whatever movie came out along that time, whether it was like Dawn of the Dead remake or something like that. Probably not, but it was something. And there was no show times for it, like when we got there. So it was either Star Wars or like a chick flick, and we went to see Star Wars Episode 3. And both me and my cousin never seen a Star Wars film. Actually, we just got done watching Menace to Society.
Oh yeah.
And we went to the theater, and we fucking both loved it. We didn't know what the fuck was going on half the time, but it was cool.
Nice.
So yeah, that's my little Star Wars story. But to kind of interrupt the voicemails real quick, there was something that I did want to touch on because we talked about it last week and never did it, and that was the question that we got about ranking the sort of like the playlist top 10, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
You remember this question? Did you guys do it, or you guys?
I completely fucking forgot.
You fucking noobs.
I literally had one of the busiest. Like, I'm surprised I even remembered to watch these 3 movies for the featured reviews.
Yeah, I kind of spaced because I was rushing to do Body Bags reviews.
Maybe we'll just do this question over 3 different episodes. You can go first, JP.
Okay, that's cool. So, I actually spent a good bit of time on this. When I say a good bit of time, I mean like 10 minutes. Because normally I don't spend any time on questions. Ask Moods.
Yeah, that's true.
And basically, it's a very interesting concept. I tried to do it like this, right? Not as like a top 10 list, but let's say I was doing a Moods marathon, right? Like the thing he does with Pips, the thing he does with Dylan, where they sit down and they have a 24-hour marathon. And I was picking my films based on franchises. I wanted to watch only franchise films, but I could never repeat the franchise. And I had to only have one number,
represented.
Yeah. Very interesting, because you want to make a playlist of not shitty movies, obviously. So it really where you place and use each franchise is key to your suffering.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
yeah.
The way that I did this, we're opening things up. First film of the day. I figure we'll get something that's gonna heighten our just excitement to do this because it's such a good movie. But it's also a little slow at the beginning, so you don't want to do this film late into the night. And I went with Psycho for my number 1.
Mm-hmm.
So you start with Psycho, you start with something old, you start with something classic and just groundbreaking and amazing, Hitchcock. And so Psycho is the first thing. And then you go into the number 2 spot, which is Phantasm 2. And, Phantasm 2 is the funnest of the Phantasm films. It's got the most going on. It's road horror, it's buddy cop, or buddy film, a bro film. Got all this stuff going on. Really cool stuff with Phantasm 2. Of course, when you get into the third, you have to go with something like Elm Street 3. Yeah, because I was like, which Elm Street am I going to pick? Because Elm Street got to be represented. And the later sequels are a bad idea. So it was either 3 or 4 that I wanted to go with. So I went with Elm Street 3. Going into spot 4, this was the trickiest one for me, honestly. I think that there is some sort of altering you can do here. I probably would pick something else upon rethinking this list, but I went with Scream 4. Mm-hmm. Scream 4 is the second best Scream in my opinion, but still. And then when you're 5 films in, you're going to need something that's just pure fun. So I went with Final Destination 5. So Final Destination 5 for the 5th one, which is this, it's a solid Final Destination. The 6th film, I decided to go with Curse of Chucky. Basically, I just needed something for 6, and surprisingly, it's one of the better. It's one of the better part 6s in existence, honestly.
True that.
So, Freddy's dead.
Yeah. So Curse of Chucky is the one that I went for number 6. Number 7, I went with Chainsaw 3D. So I repeated the same thing that our homie James Cox said. So he went with Chainsaw 3D. I like Chainsaw 3D, so no problem with 7 for me. 7 is another hard one to pick. It's getting harder as this list goes on.
Yeah.
The 8th film, Amityville Dollhouse. Surprisingly fun movie. There's like incestual stuff going on in there. Like it's surprisingly decent. I watched it for a 1996 show. Mm-hmm. So that's the 8th Amityville film.
I have to agree. It actually is a little bit surprisingly decent. You just going into it, I was not expecting anything, and was pleasantly surprised. I got to say, watching a film with incest-related, undertones in it, not bad.
Yeah, for sure. And then number 9, like when you're in the 9s, dude, like you really gotta play it careful with what you save for number 9. So I was saved all my Friday the 13th so that I had something for number 9. So I went with Friday the 13th Part 9, Jason Goes to Hell, which I actually do like. So that's why I went with it. And then number 10, I went with H2. Because when you're at number 10, dude, there's not many choices left.
I was going to say, how many is there besides fucking...
Jason X, H2, depending on if you're counting the unofficial Amityvilles, Witchcraft...
Oh, God.
How many Elm Streets... There's not 10 Elm Streets, are there? How many Chainsaws are there? 7.
No, I think they're... What is that, 6, 7... No, I guess there isn't.
Sharknado 8 come out yet? Sharknado 10?
It's only at 4.
Yeah, so it's very... Because what you're trying to do with this list is save films that have high franchises that are tolerable towards the end, right? Because there's like 10 Hellraisers, but like you don't want to save Hellraisers for the end.
You don't want to watch Hellworld.
Yeah, like he had Hellworld on his list, and I was doing everything I could to avoid Hellworld.
That's when I was first looking at the list. I'm like, why is Hellworld on this?
Yeah, so I'm actually really curious to see what you guys do. And Moods, I actually would be really interested if you made that your next marathon.
That would be cool. Yeah. Can't repeat a franchise and that would be interesting.
Yeah. So so back to the voicemails here in a second, where I lost the voicemail player. Where'd it go?
Oh no. Inception.
So what did you guys think of my list?
It was good. It was good.
It was epic.
I'm actually really looking forward to doing this now.
Yeah, it was actually really fun. That was one of the funner like list type questions we've ever got.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually put a little bit of thought into this, especially in those later ones. From about 6 to 10, it's gonna be.
Yeah, we get a few weeks to figure this one out. 2 moods now, so that's good. We have more time to work on it.
I can write this down, man.
Yeah. All right, so let's go with another voicemail.
Hey guys, Rob from Georgia, and well, you know I'm in Western New York. That's Jamestown, New York. Actually, not too far from the PA border, right along Lake Erie. Anyways, man, we are getting dunked on. It is crazy. We've had more than 41 inches. It's coming down today. It's like 12 degrees, and it's
holy crap!
It's like the way it looked outside of Krampus when they looked out the window. It was just like blizzard. It's crazy. Anyways, quick follow up. I got the black and chrome edition of George Miller's Fury Road. Watched it. Absolutely loved it, man. Right next to Frank Darabont's Broom edition of The Mist. I love this stuff, man. I wish more would do this. And, Miller gives a nice little thing before the film and just telling him how this is his preferred vision. And I have to agree with him. I actually liked this vision better than the color that I saw in the theater. Don't know what you guys think if you've seen it yet. But this leads to a question. I'm hoping this drops into the Christmas episode. But if I could have a Christmas present, film-wise, I would love to see more of this. And I got a question for you guys. If you could have one of your favorite films be done a special edition into black and white with a nice little thing by the director, what would it be? I got mine. Mine is absolutely beyond a shadow of a doubt. It is the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And if I had my way, it would be called the Blackened Saw Edition. So, question, if you could pick one film to be put into black and white special edition, what would it be and what would you call it? Have fun with this, guys. Merry Christmas, stay safe over the holidays. Peace out.
Thanks, Rob. Great question there. Great voicemail. I like how he used the Christmas metaphor to kind of wrap it up in a bow. So first of all, stay safe out there in the crazy snow that you're getting. Second, if you're on the PA border, why are you still a Buffalo Bills fan, and why not a Pittsburgh Steelers fan?
Oh, God. He doesn't want to jump on that bandwagon. Come on. Our Bills fans are super loyal.
It's the greatest ride you can jump on.
And you know how loyal we are.
Yeah, you have to be loyal to be a Bills fan after 16 seasons of no playoffs and 4 Super Bowl losses.
I know, it's brutal.
In a row.
Brutal.
You guys are the king of streaks.
Oh, I know. I mean, we literally have... Those are 2 of the worst NFL records you can own. And we have them. Most Super Bowl losses in a row and the longest playoffs drought. And the funny thing is we had that like 5 years ago. We're just adding years to that record.
Yep.
It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh, shit. I mean, I wish the Bills would play like they did today all the time. You know? Fuck. It's ridiculous, but...
It happens.
It happens, man. Yeah, this is an interesting question, man.
I mean, at least you're not the second team to go 0-16, which might be Cleveland Browns here in 2 weeks.
Oh, Browns are bad.
Yeah.
I mean, they've used like 7 different quarterbacks this year. It's crazy. But Rob, yeah, that question. You know, I've actually thought about this before. Honestly, I've actually thought about this before. I think after watching the Mist black and white version and loving that, I kind of got myself thinking too what other films would be really cool. And honest to God, I know this sounds a little bit cliched coming from me, but it just makes sense though. And I have to say, I would love to see Dawn of the Dead in black and white. I would. I think it'd be great.
That's a great pick, honestly. I didn't even think of that, but you know, Night of the Living Dead being in black and white, I think it would be interesting to see Day of the Dead and Dawn of the Dead, the trilogy in black and white. That's a good answer. I like that.
Good answer.
What about you, Dakia?
I was thinking about this. I'm like a little campiness in my black and white horror films, and a lot of like the campiness comes in creature features. So I would like to see humanoids from the deep in black and white.
Terrible choice. I'll go next. I would love to see, with of course the intro by one John Carpenter, The Thing. I think The Thing would be interesting in black and white since it is a remake of a black and white film. So kind of. So yeah, The Thing.
I think there's so many movies that would be cool to see in black and white. I'd like to watch Halloween in black and white. That'd be cool.
Yeah, that would be. I think you can throw any fucking John Carpenter movie in black and white and it'd probably be awesome.
I wonder how They Live would be. You know, like in full black and white.
Probably, right?
It'd be kind of weird, actually. But
yeah, I like They Live. One thing that he said is, you know, with The Mist, if there's people out there who haven't got the Blu-ray edition, it has the black and white version. Please do yourself a favor and grab that, because it's very interesting to see the original vision for that film. It totally feels like that's how it should have been done in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And Brandon, who's such a big fan of The Mist, Mr. Watson, who's also a big fan of The Mist, I don't know if you guys are listening, but if you guys haven't, I know Brandon hasn't seen the black and white version. Maybe I'll get that for him one day if he doesn't do it himself. You know, sometime when I send Moods of shit out as well. So like
it's definitely worth a look, man. It's pretty interesting to see in black and white. I gotta say, man. I was, when you watch a film that you've seen for the first time in color and then you see a version of it in black and white, it's hard to predict what you're going to think about it. You guys had the same thing when you watched The Mist in black and white, but as soon as it came on, I was like, wow, that's really trippy. I would love every moment of it. I loved it, man. It's really interesting how you're just, I think you're either going to love it or hate it. It's kind of one of those deals. No.
So, thanks for the question, Rob. And we got one more voicemail.
Hey guys, it's Tyler from LA again. I'm sorry for leaving so many voicemails, but I can't help myself. So my question is for this episode, I guess, is like, what's the performance that is so bad, but it's really funny at the same time? And the reason why I'm asking you guys this is because I just recently watched The Wicker Man, and like the kid's acting is really terrible, but it's so funny.
Sorry about that. You got cut off there, but yeah. What is a performance that's so bad that it's funny? Mine is kind of an answer that I thought was so bad, but I'm almost coming around to the camp where I think it's actually just really, really absurd and out there, and it's actually good, but it comes off the wrong way, and that is Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2. Ricky.
I knew it, man. I knew it.
My God, I love this movie. I haven't watched it yet this year, but I have to before Christmas.
Man, I got to go with one, man. And I when I reviewed this movie on the podcast, I even said that I enjoyed it. Her performance is completely out there and ludicrous, and like I can't tell if she was doing it purposely, this is like how the character is, like how she envisioned it in her mind. But
can I guess before you name it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Was it Nurse?
Yeah,
it is.
As De La Herta's her performance as that character, man, like it almost seems like she's fucking high and drunk through the whole movie or something. Like I don't know what it is, but I found it very compelling to watch. But I think if you're watching it from like a full-blown critical point of view, it's like that's absurd. That character is ridiculous. Like her performance is so bad. But I kind of enjoyed it because it was intriguing. I was like, is she fucking drunk? Like, is she Joe Spinell in The Undertaker? Like every scene he's shit-faced in that movie, man. It's crazy. You can see it in his eyes in that film. He's so fucking drunk. There's even a couple moments in the film where he literally starts slurring. It's so good, man. So good. But yeah, I don't know. I'd have to say that performance, man, it sticks out for me.
Oh,
right,
God.
What about you, Dick?
Fuck, there's so many fucking terrible performances. I probably have to say, maybe fucking half the cast of Muck. It's just fucking hilarious to watch them on screen. Fucking, there's one scene in particular where, two characters and one falls, and the girl's like, come on, we gotta go. She's trying to pull him and stuff, and he's like, mislead me. Oh!
And that was actually better than the real movie itself.
Yeah, exactly. And while she's pulling him, she's getting kerosene poured on him by one of these muck creatures, and she's like, ah. It's fucking it's fucking terrible, that movie. But it's
I guess he loves that movie. Brandon, doesn't he?
Yeah,
that's crazy, man. I still haven't seen it, but I haven't heard anyone say they liked it except for him.
There's a scene where a girl has trying on lingerie, but she has 9,000 pairs of lingerie in one small pocketbook. I'm like, where the fuck is she getting all this lingerie? It's in a bar too. It's in a bar restroom that she's trying all this lingerie on.
Cool. So that is it for the voicemails. Thank you, Tyler. And yeah.
Alrighty. Yeah, that was it for the voicemails? Wow.
Yep. It for the voicemails, it for the questions.
Crazy stuff. We got a knowledge segment this week? Derek, did you think of something?
No, I suck. I know.
Yep.
Leaving it on you to come up with some knowledge segments and just totally failed. Hardcore.
I'm hardcore, Fiona.
All right. Alrighty, so before we get into the featured reviews, I just wanted to, kind of talk about just a little bit of a conversation on Christmas horror itself, what potential films that we are watching during this holiday season. It's kind of funny, man. JP, we talked about we have to kind of do these viewer choice shows now since we're out of Christmas themed franchise shows to do for the holiday season. Mm-hmm. So I mean, it's just such a shame. It's such a damn shame that there isn't more franchises based on Christmas horror films.
Is there any other ones?
Don't think so.
That I know of.
So there's really only two: Jack Frost and Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how most of these Christmas-related horror films don't really have. I mean, I guess you could probably say Silent Night, Bloody Night has. It's kind of a franchise now because there is a direct sequel that came out a couple years back. Is it not, Derek? That came out, and there's also And there's actually a remake of Silent Night, Bloody Night 2 that came out, I think, last year. So technically there is 3 films in that franchise. So, yeah.
Trilogy show.
Yeah, so could kind of work off of that one right there. Maybe something we'll think about for next year and, stuff like that. But I mean, look, there's all these new Krampus films that are coming out, all these really, really bad ones. I mean, those are all potential franchises.
You could definitely do. If we didn't do Krampus this time, we could have did a Krampus show.
Oh, I know. It's ridiculous how many Krampus movies are coming out. But any other holiday related films you guys watch this year at all?
I watched Nightmare Before Christmas, and I watched a few. I
did watch that. I watched that one too.
That's funny.
I might have watched a non-horror one as well. I can't remember, but I've slacked a little bit. Like, me and my friend had this plan where we were gonna. The idea was to go to Goodwill, and then any Christmas film we seen on VHS, like whether it was horror, non-horror, or anything, we would buy because it's $1, and then watch it. And we bought about like 6 or 7, and we only watched like 2, I think. So,
wow,
yeah, complete fail. Because I have to watch all these 2016 films.
True that.
I watched a few during this week. I watched Black Christmas, the original, of course, just to get in the mood and kind of remember it a little bit because we're doing the remake tonight. And there's a few other... Christmas Evil, which is actually one of my favorites. I love the setting of that one. Very great snow setting.
Mm-hmm. I watch Christmas Evil every Christmas day, actually. I usually throw it on sometime on that day, so love it. I actually I know you watch this one too, all through the house.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. I watched that in October though.
Yeah, which is so weird for you because you generally don't do things like that. Yeah. Is it because you had an online screener and you had to use it right away? Is that what was going on with that?
That's why. I wanted to see it for 16, and I knew that was the best opportunity to see it since I had it for a screener.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Did you end up doing a full review on here? I can't remember if you did or not.
Not on the show. I did it on my YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
Why, you said you watched it?
Yeah, I watched it actually the other night. I really enjoyed it, actually, to be honest.
No, I liked it too.
I was actually really kind of taken back by... Well, I was expecting a very, very low-budget film. I mean, it's still a low-budget film, but I was expecting it not to have, the complexity of what it really kind of presented to the viewer.
like you're saying you thought it wouldn't even look like a movie.
Well, no, not that. I just wasn't expecting that much story out of it. There was a lot of developing stuff that was happening in this film, all these characters that were being introduced to, and everything kind of comes full circle, and it was very surprising to me that there was so much plot and so much narrative that actually kind of made sense. And in itself it's a little bit predictable on what's exactly going to happen, but the filmmakers did a pretty good job with developing a pretty decent story, and kind of a fucked up story, to be honest. Like the actions, like the reason for why this person's doing all the killings and stuff, it's kind of disturbing in itself. And had some pretty interesting characters, and the lead I thought was fantastic in the film. I thought she was really, really good. She was hot, and she was a good actress too. And
I believe that's the director's sister.
Oh, is it? Yeah, she did a really good job. She was quite believable and stuff. And I thought most of the cast was really good, but the gore effects were something that kind of took me back a little bit. I wasn't expecting to see chopped up penises and things like that. And
I like the stab at the beginning.
This is nasty. It's fucking brutal, but of course, all practical effects, but look pretty good, man. Some those garden shear things through people's heads and necks and shit. There was a lot of pretty good kills and stuff, and I don't know, man. I thought it was one of the better ones. And after I finished it, I was like, well, that's something I'd rewatch. Like I'd rewatch it maybe next year or something like that. So that was a good thing because there's not too many of these films that come out. And I'm like, yeah, I really, really need to rewatch that one. So I thought it was good, though. Yeah, it's just...
Yeah, I gotta check that one out still.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it. It was cool.
Yeah. And the other thing about it, too, it had a really good Christmas feel to it, especially with
surprisingly for the lack of snow.
Yeah. Well, because most of it took place in that crazy lady's house, the one that lost her daughter 15 years prior and blah, blah, blah. And they kind of incorporated that into the storyline where the girls that come back for for Christmas and stuff, she ends up getting left from her to come over and help her decorate, and she doesn't really want to do it and stuff. But this place is just like immaculate, you know, with fucking Christmas decorations and shit. I really like the feel. That they did a good job with it, man. You know, they had to set all that shit up. So
what did you think about the level of comedy?
You know, it had some. That's the thing, man. It's almost like real dark comedy at times, and I mean, it wasn't like full blown slapstick or anything. I mean, I can think of films that definitely have a little bit more silliness to them than All Through the House, but it didn't really bother me, to be honest. I mean, the first penis that dropped on the ground, I bursted out laughing because I was like, hey, that black penis is cut in half and it's still bigger than mine. It's ridiculous. So,
see, I don't find that comedic though, right?
Well, it's just the way it kind of happened, though. It was the reaction of the dude, right? Like, he gets it cut off, and he kind of pauses, and he's just like, "Wah!" I'm like, what the fuck? It's like total overacting, but I don't know, man. What do you think of the comedy in it? Because, I mean, I know that's usually it.
I thought it was very toned down to where it wasn't annoying to me, so I was
down. I think that's the thing. If you execute that dark kind of comedy elements to these films, it kind of works on a different level. Slapsticky comedy is just, it's so out there and it gets repetitive and it gets boring after a while, really. You know, dark comedy, I don't mind because, you know, you sometimes feel maybe almost a little bit bad at laughing at things like that. So it's like, you know, you just kind of chuckle to yourself and stuff, but I don't know. I think it's just there's a big difference between slapstick and black comedy and shit, but I don't know, man. I do recommend All Through the House. I know some people have seen it this year and they said they didn't really care for it too much, but you know, I think it's more on the level of a pretty well-made film. You know, it's psychological in parts. There's a lot of story and development, and you know, the thing that surprised me about the film the most was the fact that for how much story and how much narrative there was actually in this film, it was pretty well paced. You know, it didn't really have a lot of down moments where they were really trying to develop, and there was like, you know, a lot of talky parts with shitty dialogue and stuff. Everything was kind of placed very, very well, you know, for the film itself, and that just very, very much surprised me. So if you haven't seen All Through the House, check it out. I thought it was pretty good. So
yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out somehow.
You throw a rating on it?
Yeah, I give it about a 7.5 out of 10. It's, you know, it's not like gonna, you know, explode your head, but it's definitely. And to be honest, it is one of the better modern Christmas slasher films I've seen in a long time, or Christmas related horror films in general.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I came in at a 7 on that one, and I pretty much thought it was, you know, as good as you, more or less.
I actually came in at a 7 too, and then I talked myself up into a 7.5. I was thinking about the film. It stuck with me for a couple days actually, and then I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to go with the 7.5 on this. But yeah, so
that's cool. So yeah, a little bit of a bonus review there.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't really meant to review the film, but yeah, mini review, I guess, without the actual plot of the film. But yeah, anyways, well, I guess let's get into this this Christmas episode here.
Yes,
the viewer's choice. So what are we?
Christmas
this is the
show.
fourth annual Christmas show, voted on by you, the fans. And, of course, what we did here is we put up a poll on the 22 Shots Facebook page, and you guys voted for these 3 films, and we got Gremlins, Black Christmas Remake, and we got Krampus. So those are the 3. I thought it was very interesting that these were the 3 films that came up. I don't know why I was just shocked that Gremlins was picked. I don't know. That was just me, but... Yeah, I don't know about you guys.
Why were you shocked that Gremlins was picked, though? Like,
I was surprised that people wanted to hear us talk about Gremlins.
Like, sometimes I feel like people don't actually think of it that way, though, where they're like, what film do I want to hear them talk about? They feel like, oh, what is my favorite film here?
You know, that's the way people vote, too. It's just like, Gremlins, that's a good one. But then we still have to talk about it. So, you know, it is what it is. But it's a very kind of Black Christmas remake. I mean, that's kind of strange. I mean, I guess that we've done Black Christmas and the Black Christmas remake on different.
Black Christmas remake is actually one of the more popular Christmas horror films, honestly.
Yeah, it does seem to be, doesn't it?
It definitely is. Like I think that it's because a lot of the older Christmas horror movies, like, didn't really come out besides Gremlins in like a mainstream way. Like, they had these, like, limited releases and stuff, you know what I mean? Like, you look at a film like Christmas Evil didn't have a wide release, you know what I mean? I think a lot of people didn't really see it. Like, most of those Christmas movies I seen for the first time in, like, the last 5 years, you know, like...
Yeah.
So, I think Black Christmas, that was and when we get to it, I'll mention how crazy I think that is, but that was a wide mainstream release.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Maybe
that's
release
why it was picked as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for the time they came out, it was definitely one that a lot of people saw. And probably, I think a lot of people saw that one before they saw the original, too. I mean, I've heard people say that they literally saw the remake before they saw the original one, so kind of holds...
Ironically, I did, too.
Yes. Yeah, not me. But, yeah, I don't know. It just... You know, sometimes when that happens, you know, you just kind of have a special place for the film and stuff. I mean, I just can't bring myself to do things like that unless I inadvertently accidentally watch a remake before I watch the original because I didn't know it was. I think that happened to me with, and there was one film I didn't even know, it was like a few years back, but yeah, I just can't do that out of order, man. OCD, you know? I know JP's the same way too. I mean, unless of course he's watching the fucking...
Walking Dead Season 2. Fear the Walking Dead.
Fear the Walking Dead, which I thought was just so strange. But anyways, guys, let's get into these films here. First up here from 1984, directed by Joe Dante, written by Christopher Columbus. We'll call him Chris Columbus, I guess. I believe Chris Columbus, he wrote Home Alone and Home Alone 2, or did he? He wrote the screenplays for those movies, didn't he?
He did Goonies?
He directed them. Yeah, he wrote the Goonies and he directed the first 2 Harry Potter films.
Yeah, that's right.
Fuck
yeah, so
this
guy's got a weird filmography. It's crazy. So, but you know, apparently his original script actually was supposed to be a little bit darker than it actually turned out to be. Is that what the story goes? Yep. Yeah. So.
Like the mom gets killed and her head gets tossed down the stairs and shit.
Yeah. Okay. Oh. I know it would have been interesting to see that film, like a straight up rated R Gremlins film, see what they would have done with it. But who knows? Who knows how it would have turned out? But anyways, Gremlins from 1984. Read this short little synopsis on here. This thing just, they always make me laugh. A boy inadvertently breaks 3 important rules concerning his new pet and unleashes a horde of malevolently mischievous monsters on a small town. I guess that's essentially what it is. Yeah. So it's a lot shorter than the other one. The other one's like a book. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
Gremlins is an interesting movie, for one, because it did make our most influential list. I don't remember which number it was, but
I don't have a clue. I'm sure Derek knows what it is.
It's been a while.
Fuck you. I said something the other day. I was like, I can't even remember what I said, but I was like, I told that story on this episode. And he's like, yeah, you told that on episode blah, blah, blah on the sweatshop one. I was like, holy fuck, dude. Jesus. Like, how do you remember that shit, man? It's crazy.
I gotta get my Moods notebook out.
No doubt, man. It's crazy.
It was number 18, actually.
Number 18? Wow, it was in the top 20. Whew.
Yeah. So, and it was for multiple reasons. Just to kind of reiterate on that.
Yeah.
It kicked off, like, the little monster craze and really, like, from critters to hobgoblins to ghoulies to, you know, any other Rumpelstiltskins, leprechauns and shit. Like, Troll, like, it all sort of stemmed from the idea of these little monster creatures that Gremlins came up with. And also, it was huge, and I think this is more why it was on the number 18 spot. It was one of the key films that influenced the PG-13 rating system, because Gremlins was PG. It was rated PG.
Yeah.
That's interesting, right?
Yep. Yeah, because there's a lot of dark stuff that happens in the film.
Yeah, so basically the film opens up with a guy who's an inventor, and he is in Chinatown, where he's led to this shitty little crummy, like, under the basement type shop, like little corner store, and he's trying to unload some of his failed inventions that seem to break off.
Yeah, he does.
And he's also looking for a Christmas gift for his son. And there he spots what the old Chinese man says is a mogwai, which is this sort of little creature. And he asks to buy it. Of course, the guy's like, no. With mogwai comes great responsibility. Of course,
that's not bad.
He does end up with the mogwai due to the kid who's grandfather owns the shop. He steals it and gives it to the guy for $200, and he takes it home, but not before explaining to him the 3 roles. And I think that's a good spot to start with our review after I explain the 3 roles. 1, do not get them wet, which no baths, don't give them any water to drink. No sunlight.
No bright lights in general.
Yeah, no, not even just sunlight. Like bright lights in general can hurt them.
Yeah. They do specifically say that too. They said like try to stay away from bright lights, but the sunlight actually will kill him. The bright lights technically won't. They just don't like it, but sunlight will kill them.
And the final, most important rule is never, no matter how much they beg, no matter how much they plead, feed them after midnight.
Nice. Quote from work.
Yeah. Basically, he takes it home to his kid, and they do break all the rules.
Well,
very quickly.
Yeah.
I do love that whole setup scene in like Chinatown though.
Oh, it's great, dude. It
has like this like grimy like feel.
Which I know you hate slow-mo moods. You hate slow-mo and you hate movies that start when they end.
With the end?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
I like Rand Peltzer as a character, like trying to sell his inventions
dude, he's awesome. He's like a cool ass dad, man. He's like
that guy actually has a very interesting story of like how he was cast. He's Hoyt Axton, who's actually a famous singer and songwriter. He actually wrote "Joy to the World" by Three Dog Night, and one is "The Loneliest Number." And
really?
A bunch of others. Yeah, he's a singer and songwriter. He wrote a bunch of songs for like Randy Newman, different singers and stuff during the time period, during that period. And I always remember him from actually a very underrated Jim from the 80s, also Retribution. He's also really good actor, and I like how he's all set up and he introduced himself to like this Chinese older man and trying to sell the bathroom buddy, which is fucking funny. I like how he's trying to like sell the stuff like everywhere he goes throughout the film.
Well, I mean, that's essentially what he does. He's an inventor / fucking entrepreneur. That's what he does. He travels around and tries to sell his shitty products, which are actually quite funny, though. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, no, that opening scene's great, man. It really is good. It's got this really kind of dark feel to it. It's interesting how that dark approach in the beginning of the film is kind of very prevalent throughout the film, and I like that, man, because when people think of Gremlins, you think of like it's family fun and stuff, but it is PG-13, right? I mean, it's meant for or PG, whatever. Are you sure?
Are you sure? It's PG.
It's PG on the back of my Blu-ray case upstairs.
There was no PG-13 when this movie came out.
That's right. So it was right about the time. This is right about the time, actually, when the MPAA, I think, was changing the rating system, actually. But it's funny. Yeah, because mine says 14A on it too. That's fucking trippy, man. But I guess these are the newer ratings systems and stuff, right? So. Yeah, that makes sense. But no, I love the dark tone to this film. For a PG rated film, man, I think they capture it quite well. And it's a lot in due to Joe Dante's kind of, I think it's just the way he is too, right? Like he's very much into like dark humor and things like that and stuff. And it's very, very much prevalent in this film. But that's one thing I always liked about Gremlins is that it doesn't just give you something and not follow through with it. It kind of keeps that dark tone throughout the whole film in a lot of aspects, and it shows with some of the characters too and stuff like that. And I don't know, it's just it's a very interesting PG-rated film, I have to say.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, a lot of interesting, weird characters like we meet throughout the town, like in the opening credits sequence.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, right away, this film got, like, a nice Christmas vibe. Like, even though, like, some of the snow does look fake if you really look at it, it feels warm and, like, nice, like a Christmas movie.
Well, I think the snow has to be. I think the snow has to be fake in this film because, I mean, let's face it, man. There's some pretty, I would say, obvious plot holes with Gremlins being outside and doing things. I mean, how come they weren't multiplying in some of these scenes and stuff? Let's face it, man. Snow is fucking wet. Snow is wet. So me and the wife, we were watching last night. We started laughing. The part where they find their dog all tied up in the Christmas lights always made me laugh. So just the way the dog is all sitting there all calm and he's hanging from these fucking Christmas lights.
Yeah, he's like comfortable.
How'd they get that dog to chill like that? My dog would be tripping.
I know, that's what I said. I go, wow, that's a really well-trained dog. That's crazy. But the point of the fact of the matter is that, you know, the bad Gremlin, Stripe, and the gang, they obviously went outside and did this, and it was snowing. There's snow everywhere. Like, how did they not get wet? They had to have gotten wet. And there's actually multiple scenes in the film too where they're obviously getting snowy wet and they're not multiplying. So it's just things I always point out in the film. It's just kind of ridiculous, but yeah. But anyways, but you got to admit though, right, JP?
Yeah,
completely. Like,
just thinking of that.
The
like,
biggest
right now,
fault in this entire movie, because obviously, like, people have commented on the fact that it's like a comedy as well, but I think that all actually works pretty well. But the biggest fault to me is the amount of plot holes there are. It just doesn't. The story just, it's fantasy, and it's a ton of suspend your disbelief. Like, okay,
well, I mean the first, I mean, going back to the whole water thing, the thing that always kind of bugged me about the film was the simple fact that one of the rules was, okay, I mean, if the rule was don't get them wet, that's fine, as long as you follow through with it properly. But the fact is you can't even give them water. And I'm thinking to myself going, like, I mean, of course we have to suspend our belief here, but what the hell can live without water? That's crazy talk, man. Like,
I mean,
like they have to be, like, I mean, we're talking about
that's not a plot hole to me, honestly.
It's not a plot hole.
Without water.
But it's like this thing is like a little creature thing. It's like a little cat dog.
It 100% doesn't make sense based on creatures that we know that exist in the world. But since it doesn't exist in our world, you know what I mean? Like, maybe they produce their own water with darkness or something, right?
What? But the funny thing is, like, these gremlins are like, they're fiends for food. You know, what comes with food comes with a lot of drink. You know, and we get. I mean,
like. Isn't there, like,
and we
liquid
get to see it too.
in, like, you know, cold chicken with, like, ice crystals on it? Or, like, I don't... Like, it really, really doesn't make much sense. Like, if they said something about more along the lines of, like, even tried to be sciencey about it, like, oh, well, any water won't work, but, like, water it has something to do with, like, the air and the chemical running through whatever.
Apparently beer doesn't make them multiply either in the bars. And they're spraying
their bellies
beer and stuff. It's
like makes their bellies huge.
Yeah, I guess, right? There's no scenes of them, you know, fucking multiplying after drinking a Budweiser. It's kind of funny, but I don't know. I have to admit though, man, the one thing about Gremlins that I always take away from is how good the effects are in this film, man. The animatronics with the Gremlins themselves are fantastic, man.
Yeah.
They move around so well, and, like, they did such a good job, man. I mean, this is 1984 we're talking about here, right?
Chris Wallace actually did the effects. He actually designed the Gremlins. Of course, 2 years later, he would do the effects on The Fly, David Cronenberg's.
Yeah,
that's right.
Some fantastic puppeteering here. This, you know, we say it time and time again, but there's just something charming about the fact that it is practical and it isn't CGI, and you can tell, you can just tell that there's more heart to the character. It looks like a real thing, even though it's wires and faux fur. It's physically there, and with CGI, it's not physically there.
With the practical effects, it just adds that element of, you know, it could kind of be real. CG, you're just like, you just, there's no suspending anything. It's just like, that's fake.
And
That's
you got
totally
something
fake shit.
to have the actors work off of too and stuff too.
Yeah,
it's
which
great.
you get better performances from that. The Gremlins look fantastic, both like Gizmo and like those ones, and the actual like green ones as well once they become gross.
Mm-hmm.
But just to kind of touch on what we were saying with the plot holes again, because there was like you mentioned the dog moods. Like it makes no sense how they would be able to get there, like 6 inches tall. Like how they strung that dog up, like I have no idea.
I know. Me and the wife were laughing so hard about it. Like, none of that scene makes sense at all.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah.
And also, like, you mentioned the water, and the water is a huge like plot hole. But
Yeah.
what about the like after midnight thing? Right?
Yeah.
It's always after midnight.
I mean, yeah, but what is it about it? Do they have like these weird internal clocks that say when it's 12 o'clock?
Well, that's the problem with it, right? What is?
Yeah, nothing's explained.
Time is not a real. It's something that like we like
Oh, I know.
created to keep track of things. It's not like.
Well, I was making cracks as we were watching this film last night. I'm like, what happens if they're like on Eastern fucking or Pacific Western time or something like that or whatever?
It's daylight savings time.
Yeah,
like
daylight savings time. Or what? When does after midnight end? Like, is it like 2:30? Like 3
know.
o'clock? 6 a.m.? Like, when's after midnight end?
Because we know Gizmo eats.
So it's like a major problem with this film. I mean, there's 3 major rules to this film, but none of them make sense.
Well, the sunlight one makes sense.
The sunlight, I guess. I mean, it is what it is, right? Vampires. I mean, we just kind of take that for what it is.
Yeah, but the like, I think the way that could have handled like the after midnight thing is like if you attached it to like moonlight, more like a werewolf, right? Like how a werewolf transforms in moonlight.
Yeah.
If it like, think about it. If instead of the mythology of werewolves transforming in moonlight, it was if they ate after midnight. You know what I mean? It's the same thing pretty much. They're still transforming.
Yeah.
So if they ate while there's a full moon, or like if they ate after.
Yeah, you have to have another variable in there.
Yeah, it has
right?
to be like
you can't just have this non-existing. I mean, not non-existing, but time is like it's all relative, right? It's like, what time is it really? You can keep asking that question, right? But I mean, if there's physically a full moon out there and you're eating,
or even,
so maybe that's
not
the whole
even
thing.
a full moon, but like maybe like while the Earth is at a certain, the Earth and Moon are at a certain part, because that's what the rotation of the Earth and this stuff around it. Like if you tie it to that instead of time itself, it works. So
Yeah.
I kind of thought that maybe it just had something to do with that. Like maybe when Earth said it's like peak pointed at the moon or something,
midnight.
you know what I mean? Like I kind of took it as that, so I can explain that one away a little bit myself, but it's still a little messy.
They have and I mean, to work off of that right there, so they're eating after 12 o'clock, and what happens to them when they eat after 12 o'clock?
They go into a pupa state.
Yeah, they go into like this weird cocoon state, but they actually physically change, like their body is engulfed in this cocoon and stuff, and then they go through a change. It doesn't actually specify how long they're cocooned in it for. It just seemed like it was like a day or two or kind of thing. And then when they're fully developed into that new being or that new character or whatever the fuck you want to call it, they break out of these cocoons, and then they're just all of a sudden evil fucking gremlins and shit.
Well, they're evil to begin with. They just don't have claws and teeth. And
that's right. Yeah. So, but it's funny because the food, I guess that's the whole rule, right? It's like, you feed them and this is what happens to them physically. So, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense, but still, that being relative to the time doesn't. So you still need something to go off on there. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I understand the result of eating after 12, but the time doesn't make any sense to the result of what's happening. But I do like the idea that they somehow cocoon themselves and they just change, and essentially what they do is they grow. They
go into like these H.R. Geiger fucking cocoons.
Yeah, and which I always liked, man. I never understood why they were glowing green, but I always liked that idea, though. It's just it kind of adds this whole sci-fi type element to it. Like, where are these gremlins actually from? Are they from outer space and stuff? And this is what they do? I don't know.
I always
guys
felt
wish
like
they
they
made, like,
were
a
from like
prequel.
the woods, like the forests of like China or something.
But I
I
mean,
wish
that's
they made like a prequel of like Roll China where they have like 9,000 gremlins and mogwais.
You know
but
what
who
else
knows?
though, dude?
Who knows? Maybe that's where they were discovered, man. So they came down from outer space into China, and then that's how they got the Mogwai name, because they were named from the Chinese and stuff. But who knows? It's just like there's so much mystery behind these gremlins, and I don't know. It's a strange story.
One thing that you can kind of do here a little bit is look at it logically. Like, basically,
Okay.
where this Mogwai is coming from is this old ass Chinese dude who clearly is old school as fuck, right? Like
Yeah.
these old ancient tradition like values and shit like that. So we only know what's happening to these things based on what he's telling us. Right?
And you also have to assume that he has seen and been through all this too. So if you get these Mogwai wet, they multiply. You feed them, they cocoon themselves. You leave them out in the sun, well, they fry.
Yeah, but just because what's happening is what he's saying is going to happen doesn't mean the reason that's happening is the reason that, it doesn't mean that the reason he's saying doesn't actually mean for sure that that's why it's happening. It could be a coincidence. It happens a lot in history when you use old, like, traditional methods of science or medicine, right? Like, it's just a coincidence that it just so happens that, like, it could be something scientific, the reason why they turn into these cocoons.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But I'm just saying his rules, the way he specified his rules, those things were based on facts, because he's like, yo, we got 3 rules. And
it's not, you don't kind of get what I'm saying. I'm saying he might not know because he's not basing it in science. He's basing it in just what he knows, what experience, right? So,
well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I said, because he totally had experienced this obviously before to have these 3 rules.
Yeah.
There may be more rules to these things that he doesn't know.
Just for example, what I'm saying is, if you would look at this logically like a real life scenario, maybe they're changing because they get an appetite at midnight, and once they become a certain weight, they can secrete a cocoon-like formula that wraps around them. And since they're like nocturnal creatures, they get more hungry at night, they'll overeat and be able to do this. Maybe it has nothing to do with midnight. You know what I mean? So, kind of like, it could be anything. Like, and that's just that's not what it is, but I'm just saying, because he's an old wise tale, like, guy, it could be something scientific why this is happening that just so happens to 90% of the time work with them eating after midnight. And it happened throughout history with humans all the time, where we think it's one thing just because it lines up so many times. Turns out to be a completely different thing. Like, remember the guy that used to come to your house and masturbate your wife? Like, back in the old days, that was a thing? Because of headaches? You know what I mean? We did all kind of dumb shit.
But I think, honestly, when you're watching this film and you're presented with these rules and stuff, you just kind of take it for face value, though, too. You're like, oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Don't get him wet.
Obviously, I'm trying to, like, that.
Yeah.
That is not what they were thinking when making the movie.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
just,
they obviously didn't think about the 3 rules that hard, because let's face it, there's some obvious holes there. But it's not like it. To me, it's almost just laughable throughout the film, because it happens so many times in the film where these things are physically getting wet and they're breaking their own rules constantly through the fucking movie, that it's just, to me, it's funny. Even though, like, you're watching a comedy, and I think that's what it is, though, too. It's that, it's supposed to have these funny moments in there. And so when these rules are being broken and presented to you, you're just like, well, I mean, that's kind of expected, this isn't like, an Oscar-winning film here. So, exactly. It doesn't really bother me a whole lot. To be honest, this movie is, like, so much fun. It really is so much fun. I mean, everything from the fun characters. I think everyone is pretty good in this film. The one thing about this movie, getting into narrative, kind of story and stuff, is the whole relationship between our main character and Phoebe Cates. I can't remember what her name is in the films. Me with fucking names, I can never remember names. what is her name in the film, Derek? Kate. Her name's Kate in the film. Yeah, and Kate and Billy's relationship, like, she is such a downer character, but I mean, her story does kind of make sense and stuff. I mean, when
at the end of the film, yeah.
No, dude, that's amazing. That's one of my favorite moments in movie history. Is like
when she revealed why she hates.
Yeah, dude, because it's so dark in what essentially is a kids' film, kind of.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I was getting at. You know, it's like, but it's just their relationship is so awkward in the film. It just, I wish it wasn't that they were, supposed to be an item or something. Maybe they were just friends and stuff. I don't know. It's just, to me, it always seems like it's taking away from things in the movie. It just always kind of, it's just there to me. And I'm just like, I don't really care about it too much at all. I don't know. But I have to admit, though, her story is like fantastic, though. When she reveals it, you're just like, yeah, okay.
So when are we going to...
But it's just so fucking morbid. It's so morbid, man. It's great. It's so great. But yeah, otherwise the relationship I don't really give two shits about at all in the film.
I don't mind it. Like they're
I don't. It's awkward to me. I wish they were, if it was just straight up like, yeah, we're boyfriend and girlfriend, or just like straight up good friends. It seems like it's just, where do they really stand and stuff? And it's just, why are you beating around?
I think it's kind of there. Like it's like, oh, like there's
I guess
an
it's
obvious
all
mutual attraction.
Yeah,
but we just sort of.
But she's obviously bummed out because of the holiday. Well, I mean, and that's the other point that I was, trying to get to. I mean, their relationship is a little bit awkward at the time this film was presented to you, which is Christmas, because she's
having a bad time at Christmas.
Yeah, because she hates Christmas. She hates the holiday season. She's a little bit distraught. So that does make a little bit of sense. But just the way their interactions and stuff are, it's like, what are they really doing together? Are they actually?
I mean, it's kind of more of a realistic relationship where it just starts off like as like people who maybe like each other, but they just sort of hang out as friends.
Yeah,
and it ends with them.
For this kids movie, I think it's almost too complex for a kids movie. Like when you're watching a kids film, it's generally should just be black and white. It's like,
yeah, but fuck that.
Hey, you guys are together, man. You guys are porking each other, and she doesn't like this time of year. So,
even as a kid, like I kind of understood that. Like I remember understanding that. Like I remember thinking about that.
But I mean, good for Billy though, man. I mean, really, he doesn't have to buy her a present shit because she doesn't like Christmas, so save a little bit of money.
You also got Corey Feldman up in here. He's not really in it a whole lot, but his character's neat,
Yeah, we got Dick Miller.
Oh, man of 1,000 movies. Yeah, Dick Miller is the shit. I love him.
Mr. Sputterman.
He's
when I watch this movie, it's like a total 80s time capsule. Even though this is obviously in the middle of the 80s, but when you watch it, you're just like, there is so many big 80s names in this film.
Judd Reinhold.
Yeah, man, exactly.
And he's a fucking dick in the film, too.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. Like, there's so many people in this film. It's just like every 5 minutes someone pops up and you're like, yep, reminding you of the 80s. It's good shit.
But there's a lot of cool moments in this film, like when he takes the gremlin Mogwai to the goddamn school, and the dude, he's like, what the hell's going on with this thing?
Mr. Hanson.
The only thing that I find weird is everybody's reaction to these things. Like, when they multiply with water, nobody's like, holy motherfucking shit, this is the most crazy thing I've ever seen in my entire life. My God, call the news. Like, everybody's like, huh, really? I bet everybody like to have one of these things. That guy's
like, chill. He's all chill. He's like,
I literally have this written down. Now, when Billy first shows his dad, what happened after Gizmo like multiplied, his reaction is just like, oh yeah. Oh, look at them all. They're so cute. Like, he's not even mad at all. Like, wouldn't you be pissed? Like, you got him this one fucking Mogwai, now you got like fucking 12? What are you gonna do with 12 of them? You can't even take care of one.
But he's thinking about it in his head in that same scene, like, you know what? The Pezler pet. He's gonna sell these Mogwais off. So
yeah, I guess like the true vision of a salesman, right? Oh, I can make some money off this. Totally. But no, his reaction is priceless. He's not mad at all. But now when you put it in those type of,
I would just.
Well, I'd just be kind of like,
blown
dude,
away.
you have the room for 12 Mogwais? Like, Jesus, it's ridiculous. Yeah, but I know what you mean. Like when they take it to the school and the teacher's looking at him and all that shit starts going down. He's like, "Yeah, that's pretty wild." Like, first of all, just having that fucking thing in there, I'd be like, "What the hell is this thing?" Like, really, what the hell is a gremlin? A gremlin's a gremlin. It's literally what it is.
Even later in the film,
Well, apparently
Billy
the
shows
Japs send them over in foreign cars.
watches.
And watches.
Yeah, nice.
And then another scene when Billy's with the sheriff and stuff later, and he's like, they're like playing with Gizmo. He's like, "Oh, just go home with Gizmo. It's okay."
Yeah,
They still don't believe him about.
Oh, I know that the whole dumb cop thing in this. Like he won't believe him for a second and stuff until they get the call, and it's like, "Oh, well, there was a big accident with a snowplow at the Walton's house or whatever the fuck it was," and he's like, "That was caused from the bad Mogwais." Yeah, and he's like, "No, it was just an accident." It's like, fuck. It's so frustrating watching characters like that in movies, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
I get what's coming to them.
apparently, each of the animatronics cost $30,000 to $40,000, according to Zach Galligan.
Jesus,
man. Because man, in the bar scenes, holy shit, dude, there's a lot of action in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them.
Playing poker and smoking cigarettes and flashing.
I love that scene, man. When they're playing poker and drinking beers.
And Spikes just shoots the one gremlin because he has the ace of spades.
Yeah, that's right. That's awesome. Yeah. Man, I gotta say, man, the one scene where after that whole bar scene where it cuts outside and they've actually just kind of multiplied again. The one went into the pool and created like this massive army, and they're all kind of walking down the street. That scene looks funny to me. It just looks awkward.
Does it look like stop motion?
It does, because like I know that they were using, obviously these animatronic fucking.
That one might have been stop motion, I think.
It could have been, yeah. Even like the whole surrounding the background, but it really kind of sticks out when you watch. You're like, yeah, something's off about that scene. But I guess it kind of makes sense because there was literally like 100 of them, right? So
I love the whole scene when the fucking mom's just getting paraded with gremlins and she just slaughters them all, like with the blend.
Yeah. I still think one of the funniest scenes in this film for myself is the lady on the chair elevator.
Mrs. Deagle?
Oh my god, dude. It makes me laugh every single time the way she goes flying out the window.
Oh, she was such a fucking bitch. I'm so happy.
I know, man, but it's just how far she flies out the window. It's so ridiculous.
And when the cops just drive by, oh my god, it's Mrs. Deagle.
Yeah, and it's funny too because it works in this film and it's actually funny. And there's a scene coming up in Krampus that is very kind of similar to this that totally doesn't work at all. It's funny how it, in my opinion, it doesn't whatsoever.
Yeah, so, Gremlins is one of those
JB
movies...
just cuts in like he's so uninterested. He's like, yeah, and we're even listening to what you're saying.
Was not listening at all. But anyway, Gremlins...
Yeah, I can tell you were because you probably would agree with what I just said, so...
Yeah, you mentioned Krampus in the scene in Krampus. I heard that.
Okay. What the fuck were you doing over there? Masturbating? Or something?
Of course. No, seriously though, no, I had to deal with something real quick, but...
I see.
Anyway, Gremlins, yeah, I love the concept. It just doesn't make much sense. But if you can forget about it and sort of try to, suspend your disbelief, it's a really, really, really fun movie. It got a lot of heart. It has all the like Christmas spirit and like even the very end of the film has like a warm-hearted like type of like Christmas like lesson learned. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's social commentary in terms of like lessons and also just it's creative. It's a really creative movie. It's a movie that is very original and even to the point of its own flaws, like its originality sort of like hinders it a bit with the plot holes and stuff. They just didn't have they didn't really think it through 100%. But I love Gizmo. Like he's an awesome, cute character that is really sort of, you show that to anybody and they're gonna be like, oh, freaking Gizmo's cool as shit.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I love Gizmo. You know who voices?
Yeah,
who voices Gizmo?
No.
Howie Mandel.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I always thought it was kind of interesting that they could kind of talk. You know, kind of an interesting thing for the Gremlins.
Yeah, and I like when the actual Gremlins transform into Gremlins, they do like keep characteristics of themselves when they were Mogwai. Like certain ones, like like Stripe has that white stripe still.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
you
looks,
tell which ones,
awesome.
certain ones still have the same characteristics as they were as actual Mogwai.
Yeah, Gremlins. Yeah, I gotta say, man, I always thought that the movie's just a tad bit too long. I mean, it runs at like 106 minutes. It always feels like it goes on just a little bit too long. I know they were probably having a lot of fun editing this thing, man. I would like to know how much footage they actually shot, because that huge montage of the Gremlins in the bar scene and stuff, man, that shit goes on a long time. Like, there's a lot of scenes with them just fucking shit up, man. It's crazy. What was the budget on this film? It had to be pretty high. Crazy. Because they do a lot of, like, there's a lot of on-screen stuff, right? So, it says estimated 11 million. That's actually pretty not that bad.
Yeah.
11 million, huh?
I mean, it made 12 million opening weekend, and it went on to gross 153 million.
Yeah, that's crazy. I was
return.
expecting it to be a little higher budget than that, just considering all the effects in it. But yeah, I don't know. It's like a tad bit long, but you know, it's still very enjoyable for what it is, besides the obvious unintentional funny moments with the plot holes. Like, seriously makes me laugh.
There's actually quite a lot of trivia on this one. One thing is that Joe Dante actually prefers Gremlins 2 to this film.
Well, it was more his film. Spielberg wasn't involved.
Yeah, this film, I did hear that Spielberg shot a lot of second unit, maybe, is what I've heard. I could be wrong. I could be confusing the game.
So this movie was directed by Spielberg, like Spielberg did Poltergeist.
I mean, maybe.
That's how that movie's all Spielberg, man. It's hilarious. That's crazy, man. I'm actually not a big fan of Gremlins 2, to be honest. I'll be completely honest. I find it, like, really boring.
I loved it as a kid, but since then I've not really...
No, I watched it last year, and I was like, oh, this movie's just such a downgrade from the first one.
I loved it as a kid as myself, but it's like, as it ages badly as time goes on. It's been a while since I actually watched Gremlins 2.
I don't even think I even liked it as a kid, to be honest.
Well, I actually saw Gremlins 2 before I saw Gremlins 1 as a kid.
Oh,
I saw it in theaters.
Wow, crazy.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I did like Spike. I did like this.
This film, the dog Barney is actually played in another movie. He was the dog in Pumpkinhead.
Really?
Yeah.
Definitely the same type of dog, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it was the same dog. Huh. Interesting.
So
dog trivia.
Yeah.
Wow.
He wasn't too calm in that movie.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, this film was actually released June 8th, despite being set on Christmas.
Summer blockbuster.
So,
that's really bizarre. That's really bizarre.
You guys want to get into ratings?
Yeah, sure.
Alright, Gremlins, I'll go first. I love Gremlins. It's a favorite of mine. It's a really good movie. But, you know, it does have its flaws. But it has so much heart, and it has so much creativity, and the Christmas setting is good, and it's highly entertaining. The dark comedy works really well, and it has very likable and relatable characters. A lot of nods to other films, other Steven Spielberg projects, things like that. There's just a lot to sort of soak in. I like the inventions and the whole subplot with that. It's just a really neat thing. I'm going to give it 8 out of 10.
Wow, I thought you'd come in way higher than that. That's crazy. Interesting.
Nice.
Yeah, Gremlins, man. The one thing I always take away from this film every time I watch it is the soundtrack, the score. The Gremlins.
Jerry Goldsmith, yeah.
Yeah, Jerry Goldsmith's score in this, or the Gremlins theme is just fantastic. It's so good. It's one of those things that, like, it's so perfectly done for this film. It's very enlightening and it's very dark at the same time. It's very interesting how he did this. Just such an awesome score to the film. But yeah, Gremlins is great, man. You know, these Christmas films really rely on that Christmas feel to make them, part of that Christmas genre and stuff. And this one really excels in that category quite, extravagantly. I mean, it does. It totally just feels like Christmas, man. It's got a great setup to the film. Gremlins, man, it's original. It's fun. The effects in the film are awesome. Has lots of plot holes in the film. But, at least this one has nonstop likable things that are happening. I mean, there's nothing funner than watching women get thrown out of windows.
Yeah. Just
that fucking scene makes me laugh every time. Funny shit, because she's a shitty person, and when it happens to her, it's like, yes. But I love how she flies out the window like 100 feet. It's just so ridiculous. But yeah, all around, really good film. Maybe a little bit too long. I think it probably could have been shortened a couple minutes at least. Not really the biggest fan of, like I said, the relationship in the film, even though her story is just ultimately one of the craziest things you ever heard in a kid's film. It's pretty gnarly. But yeah, good film, man. I am also going to go with an 8 out of 10 on Gremlins, and that's it, man. That's it. Gremlins.
Yeah. Okay. So, Gremlins. First time I ever saw this was when I was a little older. I did see Gremlins 2 first, which is kind of weird, I know, but I loved it as a kid, man. And just the whole mythology of these gremlins and how these creatures come about was interesting to me, and I love the Christmas end of this movie. And I Moods mentioned in his part, Jerry Goldsmith's score is fucking awesome with it's the whole Gremlins rag theme that plays at the end of the film, but you hear little hints of it throughout the film too. Even the Mogwai's first breath, you hear do 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 do, and it's fucking awesome, and I love that shit. I the effects of this film are really awesome. I love how the Gremlins look, and a lot of green blood spray, which is even cooler, especially in that one scene with the mom in the kitchen, which is fucking awesome. I love the characters in this film. I like Dick Miller, Zach Galligan, Phoebe Cates. I like them all as characters, and the development of their relationship. I actually do like their relationship in the film, and I love how the film sets up. And I love Gizmo. I love how he's a film fan too. He actually likes to watch movies and stuff, and he actually does things in the film, which is kind of into another plot. How does he start that car up at the thing in the department store? But other than that,
the little fucking pink car that he's driving around in, makes no sense. I pointed that out with my friend when we were watching it. I was like,
I totally forgot about that too. I completely forgot about it, but that's so true, man. I was laughing about it last night too. Yeah, good one.
Yeah, Gremlins, not a perfect film by any means. Has a lot of good effects in it. A lot of plot holes though, but still a fun watch, and it's very recommendable. I'm also going to give it an 8 out of 10.
All right, It's a solid 8.
You know what, man? You know what invention makes me laugh, dude?
The smokeless ashtray?
The smoke. Well, no, the egg cracker, the beak.
Oh my god, dude! Dude, the inventions kill me, dude. 100%.
It's so funny.
First of all, dude, why do you have a fucking bunch of eggs sitting out on a counter all day? I'm pretty sure those shits are supposed to be refrigerated.
Yeah, but that thing just has so much snap power. They were demolishing eggs. Good.
And it made the chicken noise.
Yeah. Good stuff. Shit. So 8's all around, eh? Wow. It's interesting.
They're fuck, no 10 out of 10 to her?
Man, if you had to come in at 10 out of 10 on that, would have been amazing. Point out, the intro would have been so true, man. You know, Derek pointing out he doesn't care about plot holes. Gremlins, it's pretty flawed, but I give it a 10.
Gremlins filled with plot holes, but I think they're forgivable, so I give it a 10 out of 10.
It's good. Shit, it's funny.
Yeah, I'm learning.
Ah, fuck. All right, so we go from 1984 all the way to 2006 with a remake of a very beloved film. I know Dave Z loves the original Black Christmas. Still gotta check out that commentary. But yeah, the remake of Black Christmas, also known as Black Xmas, directed by Glenn Morgan.
We actually mentioned on the Halloween listener's choice. Do you remember?
What did we mention about Glenn Morgan?
He was in Trick or Treat. Trick or Treat.
Yeah, that's right.
His only acting role.
That is right. But yeah, getting into the synopsis, this film right here. An escape maniac returns to his childhood home on Christmas Eve, which is now a sorority house, and begins to murder the sorority sisters one by one. Yeah, this one is actually quite different in terms of story than the original Black Christmas. Like completely, this one just kind of puts all its cards right on the table for you and just kind of tells you everything.
What do you mean by that?
Just the way. What do you mean? What do I mean by?
What do you mean by it puts its cards?
Well,
on the table?
There's no mystery behind it. Because it gets into the backstory of the killer. Well, Billy and his other one there.
His family.
Yeah, but it's not like it tells you it all right at the beginning of the film. Like
it doesn't tell you everything, but it kind of gets into it, and it kind of gives you that whole backstory like right away and stuff like that.
So what you're saying is that they're like how the original one you never really find out anything about the killer. This one you find out stuff about the killer. Yeah,
exactly.
Okay, so it's like the Halloween.
It's pretty much the polar opposite here. It's the original one is a huge mystery, and it retains its mystery. Its mystery isn't.
Yeah, and I think it also takes place like during a few days, and this one usually just takes place like during a night.
Yeah. This one just blatantly gives you a backstory, about Billy and his whole story and things like that. This one, I think, in my opinion, I mentioned this in my review that I did a couple years ago too. I really do not like the backstory of Billy in this film at all. I mean, I just find it so ridiculous because we're presented with this character that has, he's jaundiced. He's jaundiced. He has a liver disease and he's jaundiced, and his mom really fucking hates him because he's just different and shitty. And she treats him like shit. She locks him up in the basement or up in the attic and stuff like that. And his father, he still has feelings for him and stuff, and one thing leads to another. His mom ends up killing his father, and then down the road, he's a little bit older. He ends up killing his mom and her boyfriend at the time, and ends up actually eating them and stuff like that.
Flash cookies,
which I found was such an interesting thing to.
Well, you said you didn't like it though. What exactly is wrong with it that you don't like?
I think it's fucking stupid. I think that the whole cannibalism part is fucking retarded, and I'll explain because, the whole incest thing and stuff, that's fine, and how he has like a daughter and things like that. I mean, these things are fine. I just don't, I find it a little bit silly. I find it really silly because they present Billy in this, it's pretty dramatic too, because they even kind of joke about his cannibalism and stuff like that. So he's kind of presented to you as this real fucked up mental patient that's also has cannibalistic tendencies, which is not shown at all in the rest of the film. They use this as something to kind of look forward to a little bit in the film, and it's just never showcased again. It would have been. He doesn't
really have an opportunity to pop some flesh cookies in the oven during the final act of the film.
Well,
that's true too.
Like it ain't like he had time to do any of this.
I'm just saying,
I like the cop
you
at the
don't have to be
chicken.
You don't have to be cooking. You don't have to be cooking your meat here. Let's face it, and stuff like that. I mean, there's still time for certain characters there's still time for certain characters to be ripping eyeballs out and stuff like that, and shit like that. But I don't know. I don't know why
it doesn't take long to fucking rip an eyeball out. Let's be honest.
It doesn't take long to fucking kill someone and just bite into their arm and eat them. I mean,
yeah, but that's not what he did. He's not that type of cannibal. He's not a fucking dog.
He's like a Hannibal Lecter type thing. He's like,
yeah, like Hannibal Lecter ain't just fucking rolling around like eating fucking arms and slashing people down.
At that time, of course, man, because he had time. I mean, he needed to enjoy his Christmas dinner.
I mean, and just because you eat somebody one time, dude, doesn't mean that you're always fucking can't live without eating people. Like,
dude,
maybe he just fucking hated her so much, and he's like, I'm gonna fucking eat this bitch, yo.
The fucking backstory sucks in this film. I think
I like it.
Dude, it's cool. It's fucking Norman Bates with cannibalism. That's what it is.
It's Norman Bates with cannibalism and liver disease.
Yeah,
no, it's
like it's the same story. It's the same story as Psycho. With cannibalism. The mom is a bitch. The mom fucking has a shitty boyfriend who's a dickhead, and he snaps and kills him. Same story, with incest too. But there was always sort of that weird sort of relationship between Norman and Norman.
That's a whole different element. This one has incest. Not only there's like a child involved in this, and it's just, I don't know, man. I really don't care for the story. I've never liked it, man, at all. It's ridiculous.
I feel you, but there's just no like good reason other than you just don't like it. But it's not that it was done bad or that it doesn't make sense or anything like that. It's just that it's not really your cup of tea.
No, it's not, and I really do not like the storyline at all. I mean,
that's the one thing that I like about this movie.
There doesn't have to be a reason not to like certain elements of a narrative. I mean, I just find it a little bit wonky. I think it's almost like they wrote this and were like, yeah, we're gonna really kind of shock people with this, man. We're gonna throw some cannibal shit in there.
It was pretty shocking, dude. This was a mainstream, wide released movie that friends of mine saw in a theater, and there's fucking incest and cannibalism in it. Like that's name me another film that does that. You know, like it's pretty rare.
I love me some cannibal films, and I love me some. I should say I love me some incest. That's just fucking weird to say.
I do love me some incest films.
But it was all kind of came together. So I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, okay, this is crazy shit. But I mean, that is just one element of the film. I don't hate this film by any means. I think there's a lot of funness to it. I think the cast is absolutely beautiful in this film, man. Every chick in this
Trachtenberg, yeah.
I think it's actually quite an interesting structure to the film too. One thing I've always noticed about this film is that it never showcases and gives you a bona fide final girl in this film. You don't really know who the main girl is in the film, because when I first watched this film, I was thinking it was one girl and she gets killed off right away, or not right away. She gets head smashed off or whatever, and I'm just like, wow, that's actually really cool, because it's just not obvious, like who is actually going to live out of this, kind of thing. So I like that element, and fucking kills in this film are really good too, actually. Pretty exciting.
Yeah.
So
love the kills.
Yeah, beautiful women getting hacked up. Pretty good shit. and that's essentially it, man. For me. I don't know, man. What do you guys like about this film so much? Like, I mean, I just don't get it. I think it has.
I like the colors and stuff. Like it does have like a very cool Christmas vibe, because like that one scene in the mental institution, you see Billy's room and it has like the green and red lights going off.
Yeah, there's some great lighting in this movie. That's one thing that I hadn't noticed until I watched it this time. Like,
yeah, I mean
the flashback scenes are shot so cool, dude. Like they feel like the memories I have as a child, like they have an old look to them, to where like they literally are nostalgic to me. Like I'm thinking back and I'm like, that's how the world looked when I was a kid. It's weird. Like it looked like that to me. Like around Christmas.
Everybody wouldn't have that reaction, because I mean that means that to you, right? So I mean, for me looking back on it, I'm just like, no, that wasn't.
So you didn't like the way the film looked, like how they did with the lights and the greens and the red lights and stuff.
It's actually shot pretty decent. It's shot pretty well. I will admit that. I mean, one thing about this film that it actually feels freezing. It actually feels really cold, like in all those scenes and stuff. Like it actually feels like it's really stormy and cold.
Like even the house feels cold.
Yeah.
Like the sorority house, it feels cold for some reason. But like moods, for example, like when he's at he's doing the flesh cookies and stuff, and he opens up the oven, and it's like that blaring red. Like that was a stylistic choice. That wasn't like an actual oven, right?
Yeah.
Like that. That you didn't like that.
No, I didn't say it. That's fine. Well, you know me with visuals, man. I mean, I'm going to notice colors and shit like that all the time. Yeah, it does. It looks pretty decent for what it is. I mean, I don't think it's like mind-blowing. I mean, there's certain scenes in the film that are like that, but, you know, I mean, it's no fucking Argento film, that's for sure.
No, absolutely not. And I'm just saying, like, considering like what people kind of think of this movie, I mean, I don't know, man. I even reviewed this on this podcast before, and I didn't like it as much as I did this time. I saw a lot more to it, and I honestly, you know, really like the backstory in this one. I think that towards the end of the film is where my main problems lie. But, the backstory to me is solid. Then the middle section is solid. Like, I like all the characters interacting. I like how it's jumping from person to person. I like how each of the people have, like, their own dramas and stories going on to sort of distract them from what's going on in the house and stuff, because they're all worried about their own things. I found that was pretty neat. And, you know, honestly, like, I was surprised at the, you know, structural narrative of the way that the backstory was told as well, with the, did we get a present for Billy? Like, it's a local legend and a myth, and even the one girl who was at the sorority house, I see that you still do Billy's present. Oh, this is new. Normally we leave a present for Billy. This one, Billy left one for us. Like, I like that. I was like, there's a lot of thought that went into this on how to connect these two stories together. And it's, I was genuinely impressed a little bit with how it actually, you know, was told, the story, even how the flashbacks were implemented with the, you know, narrative of the characters telling the story of Billy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting you see it like
and
that.
And who knows? Maybe he didn't fucking eat him. Maybe that's just part of the mythology that the characters are telling, because it's coming from their point of view, right? They're telling the story.
But I mean,
like legends grow and like things
the legend of him is out there though, because I mean, even the security guard at the institution was even joking about it. You know, he actually says something. He's like, he says something about you know, it tastes like chicken, and then he kind of pauses and he goes, "'Cause it is chicken."
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm like, it's so ridiculous. But man, okay, another dude, I can't stand the way Billy ends up getting out of his fucking
candy cane thing?
No, it's how
the milk thing. The milk thing's dumb. The candy cane thing's cool.
No, well, the candy cane thing's awesome. I meant how the security guard goes in there. It's like, dude, you know he's in there. He can't go anywhere. He gets all of a sudden suspicious that he's, I need to open up the door and go check on Billy. Dude,
I don't know, dude.
Open up
he crawled through walls and ceilings.
No way. No way. That's so unbelievable. There's no way.
Listen.
He's in the room.
Listen, no, because look, that's like saying in Shawshank Redemption the ending's completely pointless because the guy goes into the room looking around for the dude, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
he's in a maximum security fucking nut house.
But they say that
they was in a maximum security prison in fucking Shawshank, right? Like, and the dude walked because he crawled through. You don't know if somebody tunneled through a fucking. You know, you don't know, and he didn't he? Wasn't he looking at the ground like as if there was some sort of
there was like a hole in the wall.
Yeah, he was looking at a hole in the wall. You open the cell and see a hole in the wall, you're going to go towards the hole.
They even mentioned that he tries to escape every year.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's the leg of him going into there. But the point was tried. I mean, of course, as a security guard, you're going to be like, yeah, well, you know, maybe he's actually going to get out this time. But are you really going to fucking go in there? Probably not.
Probably not, but
it just doesn't seem.
Is it possible for somebody to do that? 100%, 150%.
Well, yeah, of course. Given the opportunity, if an idiot security guard opens up the door, yeah, this guy's a fucking maniac in there, man. There's no way that would ever happen. It's ridiculous.
But he sees a hole in the wall too, though, right? It's not like he just moseys on in. He's like, where the hell's dude?
When you call for some goddamn backup, man. Fuck, if he's gone, man. Don't be going in there just in case he isn't, and you can get stabbed in the fucking throat with a candy cane.
Yeah, but
fuck that shit, man.
I assure you that the guy did not expect a candy cane to be stabbing him in the throat.
Well, of course you wouldn't, but I mean, something like that's obviously going to happen. This guy's a diabolical murderer.
Candy canes that are like full length.
Yeah, true that, man. I mean, you don't fuck around with diabolical, fucking insane killers, man.
Especially when they're involved with Christmas tools.
This dude ate his mom. Come on, man. You don't go in there. You call for backup.
How to make
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know, dude.
It's just too easy.
I don't know if you've ever been to a jail or a prison or anything, but they handle the inmates, dude. Like they handle the they go into the cells. It's not so much like, oh, they never come in contact with the inmates. Like there's so much contact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but in a maximum security.
Yeah, any prison.
Yeah, dude, maximum security. The prisoners outnumber the fucking guards. Like 20 to 1.
That's why there's certain
protocols
areas
and stuff.
There's certain areas where guys are locked up for a while and 23 hours a day for a reason. So they're not coming home, and he's one of them.
But this didn't look like a maximum like security state penitentiary. You know what I mean? It's a mental hospital.
Yeah, but they even said it was maximum security. That was the wing. That was the maximum security part of it. So there was a lot of security. So, but anyways. Yeah. Honestly, man, like I said, I'm not really the biggest fan of the backstory. I think it's a little bit silly and stuff, but I do enjoy the middle aspects of this film. I like the kills are good, man. The kills are pretty good. They're vicious. A lot of different ways people are killed off in this one. Eyes getting ripped out. People get gnarled up pretty good in this one, actually. It's pretty amazing.
Do you like the characters?
Yeah, some of the characters are okay. I actually like the drunk chick, man. She's kind of funny to me.
When she's always puke. Yeah.
She's just like, I just know so many people like that, and she's not like a shitty person. She's just getting shit faced because she's got family problems. But no, I think the film is pretty good until the third act. I think is a little bit ridiculous.
It's over the top for sure.
It goes way too much, and it's just
unbelievable. It goes way too fucking far, and it's stretching the imagination of everything, man. It's just like out there, and you're like, what? Like, I don't know, man. It's not
like thinking, is that Iggy Pop?
yeah, exactly. But I think that's one of the biggest flaws in the film is
there is one
the final act. It is. It definitely is.
Yeah.
There's like one scene that I really liked how they shot it. It was like that one girl that we don't really get to know, Eve, the one with the glasses that disappears throughout the film.
The red herring.
Yeah. And you see her and you hear about her. She's infatuated like Billy. And when you go in her room, you see like with the light and when they zoom in, her whole like wall is.
Oh, that red herring is so funny too. It's like, it's just so obvious that that's not Billy's daughter right there. Like, I don't know, man. I always kind of laughed at that too, man. I love about red herrings. You're just like, really? Come on.
The person I was watching it with 100% thought that was her. And I was
really?
like, I don't think I ever would.
No, like it's supposed to be obvious that's what a red herring is, but it's
sometimes though once it is revealed that it's not though, like just because you like sometimes as we're watching movies, if we think about it, we're like, see, I knew it, but really like you didn't really know it, like you had a good hunch, but they could have easily just went that way too though, right? They could have put it out there to be like, oh, we're gonna make it real obvious so that then they think like, oh, it's way too obvious, it won't be her, and then it is her. You know what I mean? It's all mind games.
Yeah, because she was like the weird one in there, and like no one really knew her that well because no one ever really talked to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course she was a ginger kid with no soul. It was kind of fun. But, yeah, I don't know. It's good shit, man. The shit that kind of made me laugh though, man, is the voyeur aspect of the film. When the drunk chick is taking the shower, and fucking
Billy's
fucking tiles are moving on the floor, man. Dude, that's like so awesome, man. Oh, that chick was hot though, man. I gotta admit, dude.
I
Ugh.
like the chick from Pete and Pete.
Which one's the one from Pete and Pete?
Michelle Trachtenberg?
Trachtenberg.
Oh, the chick from Buffy. Yeah, Buffy. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
it's a good looking cast, man. They cast, fuck everyone. You almost feel
Right.
bad for someone when they're getting gnarled up, man.
The one guy,
One chick under the front deck or the front porch thing. Oh, dude, just takes
the
that.
chick from Party of Five. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Oh, fuck. That just seemed like it was. Oh, this is nasty, man. Nasty kill, but
One character I didn't really care for was Chick's boyfriend, though, because he was kind of a piece of shit.
well, he's presented as a total dirtbag. Like, I mean, he even says he's like, oh, he stole all my videotapes. He pluralized that, so like he was doing this more than once. It wasn't just one fucking asshole. Yeah, he's definitely there to be. But then he gets it. But yeah,
This is also this is shot in Canada.
yes, this is a Canadian film. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Produced by the late Bob Clark.
that is right.
Who directed it?
So this film also had a $9 million budget, and it went on to gross $16 million. So it did make money. It did a little better worldwide, in all the other places. But I remember like 2006 it came out. Like I remember being so surprised when I seen it that it was that goddamn like hardcore for
A Dimension
mainstream movie.
Yeah.
But you got to remember, man, like in 2006, The Hills Have Eyes also came out too. I mean, that had a theatrical release, and it was pretty brutal too, man. So this was, I don't know. I think there were some films that came out around that time that were pretty heavy on the gore and nasty shit. I mean, even Final Destination 3 had some pretty kills.
The Hills Have Eyes moods, though. Like you've probably watched the unrated version more than the rated version.
I don't think I've ever seen the rated version before.
Okay, so that's something as well.
I mean, is it a big difference though from the theatrical to the unrated version? Like do we know exactly what?
I feel like it definitely cuts a lot out of the rape scene.
Yeah, well, I mean that's probably explainable, but I mean that rape is not like hardcore gore. I mean the movie's pretty gory and shit.
Well, I'm talking about
Hatchet came out that year. Hatchet came out in 2006.
Yeah, but Hatchet wasn't a theatrical film either.
True
Hatchet,
that.
yeah, May didn't. Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, it was limited, but I'm saying this was a wide release, and it's more about the incest, like the fact that this mom went and had sex with this kid.
Okay. Well, let me ask you something then. So we watched the unrated version. What is cut out, or what is different about the unrated version to the theatrical cut? So if you watch this in the theater in 2006, are they showing the mom walking into the room? I mean, they don't show it even in the unrated version, them physically fucking, but I mean, it's pretty much implied. This is, I mean, obviously it's implied. There's
yeah, but then they also tell you that that's his daughter.
That's what I'm saying. There's a product there. There's a product of their incestual relationship,
I didn't actually need to see the actual,
I don't know. I mean,
the suggestion was enough to, like, I say I'm a big fan of incest because it's 100% cringe-inducing every time. Like, and I like feelings when I watch movies. So, like, the cringe one always affects me great.
Yeah.
Say I love films about necrophilia because it's just like, damn, man.
Also
like,
cringeworthy.
That's a fucking real taboo shit right there.
Yeah,
man.
now if you get incest necrophilia, that's where it's at.
Yeah.
God
How
damn.
you talking?
But
There it is.
so we have one actress in this film that is actually in the original as well, correct?
Andrea Martin, yeah. She plays the headmistress in this one.
Yeah, that's right.
That's neat.
Yeah, I mean, I like when they do that, though. They bring back somebody from the original and, put them obviously in a different role. It's a lot of years. She couldn't exactly be a sorority girl, could she?
No.
She has to be one running it, man.
Yeah, that's cool. All the girls did their own stunts in this film, which is interesting. That usually never happens.
Yeah, really, for Wow, usually those type of girls that look like that are going nowhere near the...
Yeah, I remember watching the special features before, and Michelle Trachtenberger actually had like the bag over her head, and the other girl in the dirt was actually getting like face down in the dirt and stuff, like getting polarized.
Well, the passed out chick, she did her own, so I guess she let Billy feel her up. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good stunt right there. Did you guys watch all the alternate endings on the release?
No, I didn't.
I didn't.
Okay, because there's 3 alternate endings. To be honest, all of them are pretty shitty. I'm not gonna lie. One of them's okay, but really none of the endings are that great to this movie, to be honest. But there is 3 alternate endings, just to let people know. So it was probably one of those deals in production. They're like, well, we're gonna shoot a bunch of different endings, and we're gonna show you which one we used at the premiere.
Yeah.
So that's essentially what happened, probably.
Billy is actually based on a real-life serial killer, Edmund Kemper, who had a bad relationship with his mom and sister and went on to attack a sorority house and killed some of the girls inside.
Yeah, the co-ed butcher. I actually talked about him last episode during the Killing of America.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
You know,
That's right.
when I was in the edit, I must have blanked when you were talking about that, but I remember watching a Discovery Channel, like, you know, True TV, something like documentary on that dude one time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they actually interview him for that documentary.
Also, the sanitarium in the film, called Clark's Sanitarium, referenced the director of the original, Bob Clark.
That's right. That's right.
This is a very interesting one. The film was marketed as a Final Destination movie in Japan, because Final Destination was real hot at the time.
Plus, it's written by the 2 guys who wrote Final Destination, Glenn Morgan and Jeffrey Long.
Yes.
The same year Final Destination 3 came out. So.
Yeah, they wrote.
Yeah.
Also, I think they share some actresses or something as
well.
Yeah,
Mary Elizabeth Winstead. She's in Final Destination 3. She's the one, like, girl that goes with the headmistress during that one scene they're gonna leave.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she...
Shit. Fuck.
Actress Mary Elizabeth Winstead said during breaks she would often read message boards and comments on the like IMDb of the original film being remade, and she would be entertained by the hate and outrage of the fanboys.
Wow.
Glenn Morgan was good friends with Bob Clark, who directed the original Black Christmas. He received his blessing to direct the film and remained on set as an executive producer. Clark managed to watch the remake before he passed away.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Lot of trivia on this one.
So this film was shot in Vancouver, around my stomping grounds here, and obviously they used fake snow because it doesn't fucking snow in Vancouver. So that's actually kind of interesting how we even said that. Oh, it looks real cold and shit like that. Yeah, it probably was not cold when they shot this movie. So that's interesting too.
The liver disease that Billy had is actually a real sickness.
Oh yeah, of course. There's actually a house I delivered to, man, and this girl has this baby that has a liver disease. It literally looks like an Oompa Loompa. It's so crazy. Like, I'm not even making fun, man. It's like, I've never seen anything like that in my life. The baby is fucking yellow. Like Oompa Loompa, like orange yellow. It's crazy, dude. It's so sad. I'm just like, oh my God, I feel so bad. But yeah, he's got like that jaundice disease or whatever. So
it's crazy.
Yeah, it's the only person in real life I've ever seen like that. It's quite a sight, man. Ugh.
So this is a little interesting trivia thing. After this film was not a huge financial success, Bob Clark began to work on an actual sequel to the original Black Christmas, with Olivia Hussey and John Saxon reprising their role, but unfortunately passed away, which prevented the film from ever coming to fruition.
Yeah, shit.
Imagine what that would have been like.
Yeah,
it's exactly.
A film that could have had a sequel based on
what happened in the end.
Yeah. But yeah, really, really cool stuff. It was rumored that this film was supposed to have a PG-13 rating during production. So some things probably changed, and they were like, "Shit, we gotta
amp this
Let's add
motherfucker up."
incest and
They saw that Hills Have Eyes trailer. They're like, we gotta amp this shit up.
Dude, the flesh cookies are super gross, though. Like, I like the flesh cookies. That's a great concept.
Yeah, flesh cookies are always great.
Ah, shit. I would actually like to see the theatrical cut of this movie now. Just to compare, because there's...
Yeah. Well, there's websites that'll tell you the differences.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess. But, I mean, it's different if you just watch it, too. But, because the theatrical cut is 84 minutes and the unrated is 94.
Oh, so it's 10 minutes. Jesus.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if they left out a lot of the backstory or something, cut out the whole incest thing. I don't know how they did it. They probably chopped that up a little bit, and I bet you the gore scenes are cut. I bet you any money scenes are definitely cut, because they're fucking pretty gory in this film, man.
This is the same year Hostel came out, wasn't it? Or Hostel 2.
Can't remember. Maybe Hostel 2, yeah, something like that.
But anyway, you guys want to hop into ratings?
Okay.
All right, you go first.
Who, me? Okay. All right.
Derek here.
Okay, Derek here. Now, Black Christmas remake. Seen this film years ago, actually, when it first came out on DVD. Very interesting take on, like, a Bob Clark story. I actually do like the backstory that they go into Billy's character with, like, this incest and flesh cookies and cannibalism goodness. I like the characters for the most part. There's some of them that are kind of iffy on, like the girl's boyfriend character played by Oliver Hudson. I didn't really care for him as a character that much because he's just a complete a-hole. But I do like most of the...
To, though. Right?
That's true, too. But strong male character, I like kind of like strong males and like the characters. And...
I'm sure you do like strong males.
Oh!
Ooh, bada bing. But I do like all the girl characters' interactions with each other. I like Michelle Trachtenberg and Katie Cassidy, I believe that's the actress's name. And I like how all the gore scenes and the taunting and POV shots and the lighting of certain scenes that happen with certain characters. And the big downfall for this film for me is its third act. It's kind of way over the top, and it goes to dimensions that I haven't seen like this type of film. So it's still a solid watch in my opinion. It's still fun for like this time of year. So I'm going to give it a solid 6.5 out of 10.
Yeah, man, Black Christmas remake. I think the last time I reviewed this film, I said I was not going to watch it again. That always happens to me. No, I don't dislike this movie. There's just things about it I don't like. I really don't care for the backstory. I think it's just silly. I think it's ridiculous a little bit. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's not my favorite. I really enjoy the kills, man. I love the cast in this film. I think the girls are just absolutely beautiful. Knowing that they did all their own stunts, that's a big plus. That's actually really cool, because generally chicks of this caliber aren't doing mad stunts and shit like that. But I do like the look of this film. I think it's really good. The house that they shot in and stuff. They did a good job, with the whole Christmas feel and stuff. This film being shot in Vancouver and knowing it doesn't snow there, that's kind of interesting because they did a good job. Sprucing this thing up and making it look cold and, authentic looking because, well, yeah, there's green Christmases there, just put it that way. But yeah, the biggest flaw in this film though is the third act. I've always disliked it. I think it's ridiculous. I don't think they should have went that way at all. I think it kind of ruins the overall feel of the film, and it just stretches it way too far. It's completely over the top. So ridiculous. It's unbelievable. It's just not believable. I mean, I understand with slash films doesn't always have to be, but this is a little bit ridiculous at times what's going on. Fuck, just shaking my head right now. But it's still oddly enjoyable. It's not a classic film or anything. I'm going to stick with my original rating with 6.5 that I did a couple years ago. So
nice.
Yeah.
All right. So, I actually really love the backstory. It's probably my favorite part of the movie, if I'm being honest. I like it more.
You're only
than
saying that
anything
because I
else
hate it.
that's going on.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
Devil's
like I
out.
said, it is, like, Mood says it's silly, but it's no sillier than Norman Bates, right? To me, it's like along the same lines. It's typical. It's no sillier than Rob Zombie's Halloween. It's the same story. There's a kid who's abused by his parents, and he snaps and kills them. It's classic.
No, there's a little bit
revenge.
more to it than that, though. I mean, there's the cannibalism, but there's the whole having a baby with your. I mean, there's just.
Yeah, which spices it, differentiates it, and spices it up a bit. Honestly,
I don't know.
But
I get what you're saying, but
and it doesn't come off silly either. It's when the mom like she seems like she's the type of bitch to do that. Honestly, like she doesn't seem like she's
she's like one of those trashy
it's like tongue in cheek or like mustache twirling. It's like this bitch is crazy as fuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, the middle part is solid. It's solid slasher stuff, and I like the mythology of the character. How the present Secret Santa thing was cool. Like I really like that. That's like an extra thought that a lot of filmmakers would not implement into their film. And then the final act is weak. It really is. It's over the top and it's kind of annoying. Goes on too long. I was looking at the time. I was like, this is, you know what I mean. And even the person that I was watching it with, they even felt that way, and we differ on a lot of things. So, I think that this movie is a lot better than I ever gave it credit for. I think my last rating was a 6 out of 10. I'm gonna go ahead and bump it up a full point. I'm gonna go ahead and give this a 7 out of 10. I do think that it's better than the other Christmas film that we talked about, not Gremlins, All Through the House. It's like on that level, but just a little bit better. You know what I mean? Then that when I was looking at that rating, I was looking at this rating. I was like, I at least got to give it the same rating I gave that film because this is a little bit better than it. So yeah, that's how I bumped it up. So Black Christmas, Black Xmas. It's solid. It honestly is. It's not too bad. It's fun.
Mm-hmm. So much potential to have a lot of tits and ass in this film too, but they just you get like minor glimpses. You get a half an ass and maybe half a boob or something like that, and that's it. It's crazy. You know, with a cast like this, man, I'd be like, "Hey, ladies, take your clothes off. It's go time." Yeah, we're gonna sell this one to the fullest, man. But yeah, it's really interesting how there's not a lot of nudity in this one, but a whole point. Wow. I'm not gonna get mad at you. I'm not gonna.
I'm actually surprised to know that you had it only at a 6.5, and I had it only at a 6 at one point.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I feel pretty much the same about it. I mean, nothing really changed for me, you know. So I just
had a 5 before.
Go up a point. It's crazy. Well, you had it at a 5 before?
Yeah.
Wow.
What did you give it, Derek? 7?
6.5.
6.5.
Second time watch, so it was like.
All right, let's roll into the final film of the night.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to move it all the way up into 2015 with one of our latest Christmas extravaganzas here. And oddly enough, another film that is, PG-13. So Black Christmas was intended to be a PG-13. We got Gremlins being PG-13. I don't know what you want to call it, but Krampus in 2015. This is one of 3 Krampus films that came out, I think, within like a matter of a couple weeks last year. It was pretty weird. So, but yeah, synopsis here. A boy who has had a bad Christmas ends up accidentally summoning a festive demon to his family home. Yes. So when I describe this movie to people, this is how I describe it. I basically say this movie right here is a Christmas Vacation meets Full Moon's Demonic Toys with a Christmas devil. With a Christmas devil in the middle of it.
I was getting it. Like, it's funny that you mentioned Demonic Toys because I got like a heavy Demonic Toys vibe when I was watching it too.
I mean, the storyline in this film, of course, is about this little boy, and he's kind of losing his Christmas spirit a little bit, and he's having a shit time. Well, the annoying family comes over for Christmas, and all shit breaks loose, and completely loses all his spirit and wishes his family gone, blah, blah, blah. Krampus shows up. So the whole storyline with this family, showing up and kind of wreaking havoc is exactly Christmas Vacation. It's like me and the wife are watching, she's like, is this...
Yeah, like even the one dude reminded me of like a tamed down version of Cousin Eddie, and
yeah.
Sad, but
David Kutcher there, yeah.
Which isn't surprising that Michael Dougherty would be influenced by that. 100%. I'm almost guaranteed that he cites that as an influence.
Oh, big time! It's the exact same thing. I mean, there's this movie right here, man. I just this is a frustrating film for me because it has so much goddamn potential to be so good, but I'm sticking to what I said before about it.
Even on rewatch.
Yeah, even on, well, not completely, 100%. You gotta let me finish talking here, Jesus Christ. No, but I'm gonna stick to the fact that this film it's very confused by what it wants to be. Does it want to be a comedy? Does it want to be serious? This one has the most tonal switches in it out of any type of film like this I've ever seen. Like the beginning of the film, I'm watching with my wife, and she's like, "Is this a comedy?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I know that's kind of the funny thing about this film is that it starts out like a comedy, and then it kind of gets super, super dark and serious, and then it goes back into it's got this comic relief from the annoying auntie and all these characters and stuff, and then it goes serious again, and then it's kind of like back and forth. It doesn't really know what it wants to do, and that's one of my biggest problems with this film. I wish it just had to pick a tone, be fucking funny or silly the whole thing. Yeah, we'll roll with that. Be serious toned throughout the whole thing. Mixed in with certain aspects of comic relief, just not over the top. But this one, I mean, for the first 20 minutes of the film, it's just like nonstop rips and gags and shit. And you're just like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, it still kind of bugs me a little bit, to be honest. It's not horrible or anything. It's just, why doesn't it just rely on one thing? It's just one of my biggest problems with this film, to be honest.
I've personally never had an issue with comedy in horror, right? It's not that I don't like. Because I like horror comedies, but it's just I prefer them to be serious. What I do usually have an issue with is like how certain comedy is implemented. And in this film, for example, I don't necessarily feel like it didn't know what it wanted to be. Like I feel like they did know, or at least the director did know. And I think he executed it how he saw it in his head. Because, well, I know he did because I've listened to him talk about this film.
Mm-hmm.
He always sort of saw this in the film, like these comedic moments.
Comedic moments, though. The problem is the first 20 minutes of the film is just nonstop comedy, though. It's like,
see,
I don't mind it.
I'm actually surprised that you like. I didn't see.
No, but
like,
this
when
film.
I was watching the beginning of the film, like I didn't even like.
It's the
content.
content
It was just like the family. What's up?
It's just it's the content of the film here, man. We're dealing with a Christmas devil, right? And that
but at the beginning we're dealing with a dysfunctional family.
Yeah, for sure.
That seems kind of normal at the beginning of the film.
But that's the problem for me, is that it sets it up like it's going to be a comedy and kind of silly throughout the whole film. But then it gets super dark, and I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah. And then it kind of goes back and forth throughout the film. And it's just like, I have no problem with horror comedies because they're generally horror comedies throughout the whole fucking thing, like Deathgasm or something like that. I love it. It's fucking fun because that film knew what it wanted to do. It wasn't going to go all serious and get all crazy and fucking make you teary-eyed and shit like that. This one goes back and forth. It's a goddamn roller coaster, man. And I'm not saying it's like a total horrible film or anything. It's just my problem with the film. I wish it had just lightly implicated the comedy in the beginning and then went super serious and stayed like that.
To be honest,
that's my problem with this film.
I had no problem with none of the comedy in this film.
Yeah, I wish this film had been dark toned. I mean, when you're dealing, like I said,
I just felt like it was like a dark humored film with like dark harmony intended with its characters.
Not with a lot of the shit was happening with the family and stuff, with the little boy girl cousins and shit like that, and like.
Well, that's normal, like family stuff. That's what usually happens with family.
But it's not funny though. That's the problem with it. Like, for me,
I thought that all that stuff worked fine. The like interactions with the family and stuff. And I thought that it was balanced with its comedy. Like, I didn't feel like it was necessarily as all over the place. But, what's that, Moods?
I just can't believe you're defending it, because, like, it just seems like something you would totally shit on, too.
No, well, you didn't give me a chance to, finish my thought, but I don't have an issue with how the early comedy is, like, with the family. Like, I usually like stuff like that, honestly. Like, it makes it feel more natural, because that's, like, my family.
Christmas Vacation, where it's like that the whole movie, and it's silly and fun.
Yeah, but I don't want that, though. Like, that's not what I want either, though. I don't want a fucking Christmas Vacation the whole time in my horror movie. You know what I mean? So, once it gets dark, I'm with it, right? Like, I'm like, okay, like you set up this happy family to make it feel bad, or this dysfunctional family that's like, that you get. It's like typical, like, family. It's like family on Christmas that can't get along. It's like typical, right? That's how everybody's family is. At least mine is. So I was waiting with that, and then once it got dark, I was like, all right, homies. My problem, it comes in with, I'm pretty sure it has to do with, like, the main tonal shift that you talked about in your first review.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I was waiting for it, and I think it did ease the punch a little bit because I knew that was going to happen. But I 100% cannot get on board with that. It just is retarded to me. It's like, how do you make that choice? Like you have the opportunity to make this movie one of the greatest horror films ever, greatest holiday horror films ever, with how you play out that section of the film, if you remain dark. And you know how, like, there's a part towards the end where it's kind of, there's, like, sad music and, like, things are happening, and it's like, oh, this is kind of sad.
Uh-huh.
Well, if there hadn't been fucking gingerbread men, CGI gingerbread men at that, jumping around and, like, doing flips and being like, whoa, like the Pillsbury Doughboy, like,
that's what I said. I said the Pillsbury gingerbread. Jesus Christ. I know, dude.
And I'm 100% with you on that. Like, I was ready for it, and it still was annoying.
But that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, I mean, if you cut out that scene with the gingerbread man and you keep it dark,
I like that scene.
See, but that's the problem. It just comes off so silly and shit, and you're just like, what the fuck?
Love it.
Again, there's that roller coaster.
Fucking that dude up.
Well, apparently a lot of people do, but it's that roller coaster, right? We're up here, we're laughing, and we're getting serious, then it fucking does it again. You're like, what the? Is that supposed to be funny? Like, what the hell? I don't know, man. And then it just kind of does it a couple times in the film. I mean, there's a fucking scene where we got it. Well, actually, I think you posted the gif of that thing, the flaming gingerbread man that comes flying at Uncle there. Yeah. The dog fucking
my
eats
main
it.
question,
it's like, oh my god, man,
is why?
I don't know.
I like it?
Why is that necessary?
I don't know.
Why can't it be straightforward from then on out? Like, you can have the family being, the family still, like, they can still be the family, but like, why do you have to take it to this fucking cartoon level? Because that's what that was. That was a cartoon. A fucking cartoon invaded the movie and was like, hello, I'm here to show my face. You know what I mean? And it's like,
it could be worse.
What the fuck is this bullshit?
Would it be better if they did the gingerbread man?
No, but that's what I'm saying. This is literally full moon demonic toy, like funny ass demonic toys. I'm like, this is fucking what the hell, man. Like, I didn't really have a huge problem with some of the toys and stuff, but it was how it was set up and how it was presented to you. It just came off.
The teddy bear was fine and stuff, and like I
was
okay with some of that stuff.
The
goddamn cartoon gingerbread man. They were literally cartoons.
No, I know.
They looked like cartoons too.
Yeah.
They sounded like cartoons. They come straight out of Pillsbury Doughboy commercial. 100%. That was a good reference, Moods, because that's what it is. Like, that's what it's doing. I know. Listen, the moment that happened, and some other moments in the film, I was like, Michael Dougherty, like, literally caused a chain reaction of making his film from, like, one of the greatest things ever to just pointless. Like, that is a pointless scene. Like, he ruined it. Like, he literally ruined it by putting that in there.
Yep.
It's not a good choice. There's no reason that needs to be there. None.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me why, Derek. Tell me why that needs to be there.
It just...
What does it add to the film?
see, the way I look at it, you don't have to have that comedic setup with those gingerbread and shit.
I never thought it was comedic. I thought it was...
Some of the toys were
never thought it literally was like whoa, and it like spun around. Like that's not a fucking cartoon. Are you kidding me?
It's a gingerbread man. It's what it's supposed to sound like.
Kid takes the bite out of the
gingerbread man. Don't make sounds. They're fucking gingerbread.
It goes like this. It goes like this, and it fucks them up. And I'm like, what the fuck? This is so retarded. Oh, that's straight up cartoon, man. You just put a Looney Tunes cartoon in the middle of a fucking serious part. Like it's all like serious toned at that moment.
There was this time when I was a kid, and me and my friend were little kids, and his sister was babysitting us. And we have a porn tape, right? It's pornography. It's a porn tape. And we're watching it because that's what you do. You're like, oh fuck, I got this porn tape. Like check it out, man. And then like his sister said, we hear his sister coming down the hall, so we hurry up and pull it out and you know, flip the channel to Toy Story 2, I think. Or Toy Story 1, I can't remember. And she's like, what are you doing? And we're like, watching Toy Story 1. That's what this was like, right? You're watching something hardcore for adults, and then all of a sudden you're watching Toy Story 1. It's ridiculous. I was like, is this fucking Toy Story? What's going on with this gingerbread dude? Why is he in my movie?
So do you figure it, like, if they didn't have that setup with the gingerbread, like they took a totally different approach and you get introduced to all these demonic toys, do you think that would have been fine? Because like once you get introduced
I do think it
to
would be fine.
like the Jack in the Box and the clown and
scary, right?
Well, those things actually were pretty damn cool though. Like once those things are kind of shown to you in the film, and like there's a really dark scene where you get the Jack in the Box, I think is eating that kid. Right, you just see kind of the shoes getting stuffed down and stuff. I'm like, that
was before that scene.
Is it? No, it's not.
It's before, yeah. And then the gingerbread man come after he hears the screaming and he gets shot with the nail gun.
No, after the gingerbread man from the fireplace I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, the fireplace scene. Okay.
Yeah, no, after that, that's kind of the trigger moment in the film, and then all the shit kind of goes haywire from there. But I kind of, one thing I do like about this film is that they're not afraid to like kill kids. Like the first couple of people that died.
PG-13 film, 100% I'm with you on that. That's great.
It's pretty good, man. The first two people that you're killed are kids, and it's kind of interesting who the first victim is too. Like it's kind of, you know, they took some chances with that. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But
could you imagine if they did just play it straightforward though? If they played it straightforward, people would be talking about this movie like, dude, holy shit, Michael Dougherty did it again. Trick or Treat 2. This is fucking, he fucking murdered both holidays. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just frustrating.
I even told too, like after we left the theater, and I said, man, honestly, like I was complaining about, like, you know, the overabundance of comedy stuff, but I think if it had played out like this, you know, you have the beginning of the film the way it is, you know, the comedy and stuff like that, and then you don't have that trigger moment in the film, and it kind of plays itself serious, and you know, it's mostly serious. I mean, there's obviously some more comedic moments with some stupid gingerbread men and stuff, but I think it would have changed the overall feel because
listen, take the gingerbread men out completely, 100%, all of them, and you have this movie. Everybody would like it more. They don't. Some people are willing to excuse it and forgive it. Dave, I don't have no fucking idea how that dude didn't get mad at that, because he's like me with that shit, man. He doesn't like comedy. He's in that. I'm confused. Because like,
not question that. Like, how the fuck? Like, you're always complaining about comedies. I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man.
It's a complete moment that does not belong in that movie.
It just seems like, I mean, it's not a total waste. I mean, if you can look past that and stuff, but
which I did. I'm gonna be honest. I really like this movie aside from that stuff.
The visuals in this film are fucking outstanding. I mean, honestly,
oh my god, dude! Like the
outside.
It's like when it's like that dark snow. Like, dude, like that reminds me of when I was a kid and I would like go, dude, like night snowboarding and shit, dude.
Yeah, you want to talk about like cold, nasty feeling, man? He captured that atmosphere so well when the sister was going to her boyfriend's place. Like, that was fucking crazy. And like, and you know, when they went looking for her and they go into the house and stuff, and it's just all snowy, the doors open, everything's like all desolate and dead and stuff. And oh man, it's so awesome. I love that shit, man.
That DHL driver.
Yeah, exactly. You signed for this? And I'm like, oh my god, that's me. Jesus Christ. In that fucking shitty weather, man. Oh, fuck. Yeah, but, yeah, good stuff, though, man. Good stuff. Yeah, the visuals are just fucking outstanding.
I mean, not only the visuals with the actual just, like, snow and, like, the inside, the fireplace, stuff like that. Like, Krampus looks cool as shit, too. My only complaint with Krampus is, like, for a movie called Krampus, there's not a whole lot of Krampus.
Well, no, that's kind of why I say, you know, a Christmas Vacation mixed with demonic toys, you know, with a Christmas devil in there. There isn't really a lot of Krampus, which is kind of unfortunate because Krampus does look awesome. Like, the look of Krampus is really interesting how they made him look. Like, his mouth is open. He kind of has this, like, stupid look on his face, you know, but he's, like, really evil.
Must catch a lot of flies.
Yeah, exactly. He kind of reminds me of, like, something that Jim Henson would have done, you know, just the overall big look. It's kind of interesting. I just always kind of got that feel.
The shape of him is great, right? Like,
that's huge.
That
one scene where he comes out of the fucking chimney, I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah,
he's definitely scary, man. And that's again proves my point why if you kept it scary, it would have been really effective.
And there's another point. I literally looked at Dylan in the theater, and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? That just happened." The scene where Krampus rips. No, I don't even think it's Krampus. Is it Krampus or is it one of the elves or whatever? I think it actually is Krampus when he rips the auntie out of the house. The sound effect.
No, it's all the elves.
It's like whoop.
Yeah, it is the elves.
Like,
it's literally that Looney Tune sound. It goes, and I'm like, what the fuck? I look over and I'm like, that did not just happen. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Those are the
serious moment. Everyone's fighting for their life. Everyone's fighting for their life, and all of a sudden, this Looney Tunes sound effect. I'm like, holy fuck, that did not just happen. That is
like,
so.
Doherty must have been a big fan of Looney Tunes.
That stuff makes me. That's the type of shit that literally drives me to have a heart attack.
I have it written.
Like, you're ruining this, bro. Like, I just want to. As soon as he goes to type this shit, I just want to smack his fucking hand out of the way. Like, dog, stop. Seriously, man, you're fucking ruining this awesome thing you have here. You're super smart, you're creative for coming up with this, but you need to calm the fuck down.
Yeah, do you think Hollywood had involved with the script at all?
No need.
100% no, because I heard him talk about it. Like, before the movie even came out, he mentioned the comedy stuff. He's like, yeah, some people, you know, I don't know, dude. It's frustrating to me because I like this movie so much with it in there that it would have been one of my favorite movies ever without it in there. You know what I mean? Like, I really, really like this movie. Like, like, there's shit in here that makes me want to slap my mom, but, like, the other stuff I like a lot. And, like, the Christmas spirit, like, there's even, like, you know, kind of getting into the end of the film a little bit. I thought that they were, I felt like they were kind of ballsy, but at the end chose a sit on the fence type of ending, like what's up?
I don't think it is, man. I think it's just a really, really dark, awesome ending. I think it's great, man. I think it's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I mean, but I feel like it's also on the fence.
You think so?
Yeah, because what it is like there's a way you can end it really dark.
Yeah. And
there's a way you could end it like very Hollywood, like, oh, the family like all survives and they're all back and stuff and everything got erased and it was all a dream, like something like that. You know what I mean? That's not what happens, guys. I don't want to spoil it because that's not what happens. But I felt like he kind of sat on the fence a bit, where it's like, okay, like if you really think about it, it could be the, like, you know, the dark stuff, but also like not as explicit. As you know, so still has that sort of lighter tone. And I feel like it's more like on the fence. Like, even though like it's definitive on what's happening, like the way that you see it,
it's a little more subtle
to you. It's on the fence. It's like, I don't want to be that much of a fucking dick. And,
well, just put it this way.
Super dark.
Yeah, I think the approach that they take. I mean, they throw in a twist right there, right? Is essentially what it is, because there's a moment in the end of the film where you're like, "Are you fucking kidding?" And you know exactly what that moment was too. You're like, are you fucking kidding me? That is not happening. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
And then it throws you a fucking twist, right? And then, okay, so that's all cool. But put it this way. Say the film ended when the boy goes... I don't know how to say without fucking spoiling.
Are you saying before
the pit scene? So
okay.
say he falls into this pit or whatever, and then the shit just ends.
Yeah.
Like, that would be crazy, because at that point everything is pretty obvious what has just happened, right? I mean, it's dark and it's just like, fuck. Like, if that had just ended right there, you would have been like, God damn, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's the ending that I probably would choose, honestly, because I like my motherfucking devils to not have fucking. To be devils, you know what I mean? Like, I like my devils to actually be devils. You know, they need to act how they act. Like, and I don't know. I'm mean spirited when it comes to endings. I think they're more powerful than happy endings. 9 times out of 10, a
100%.
downbeat ending gets me more feeling than a positive ending. But that's not saying I don't like positive endings, because you need them, or else the negative endings wouldn't have as much weight if they were all negative. So
they lose weight for sure.
But
it's just, or does like the Krampus's henchmen and his little evil elves and shit like that, don't they kind of remind you of like Troll 2 trolls?
Yeah, they do actually.
With masks covering their face.
You totally do. When I first watched it, I was like, those are Troll 2 fucking elves right there. I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't have a problem with it at all. I think they actually look pretty damn cool, but
yeah.
And that's the thing,
they're
man.
running through those snowmen, like past them and stuff. Snowmen look fucking awesome.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I just think there's. Okay, actually, I do have one question. I don't know if it's missed in the film. I mean, twice. I don't know. What is the family's background? The grandma, what is she speaking?
German.
It is German? Okay. Because it just doesn't sound fucking German to me. Like, I understand, like, some of the words that she was using, I'm like, yeah, those are German words and stuff. And I was like, it just didn't come off as German. Aaron's like, I think she's German. I'm like, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, the actress is actually German.
Yeah, well, that makes sense, but I was just making sure that's what their background actually was, because a lot of the Krampus and stuff, a lot of that folk legend and stuff, I think comes from. I know there was certain things in Amsterdam, so I know that's was Sint or
It's
Saint.
definitely European for sure.
Yeah, there's a few different.
I like that flashback scene. It's all done with like animation.
Well, I was just gonna say, Derek, fuck you. I was like gonna say that as much as I fucking hate the fact that they put a cartoon in my movie with the gingerbread man, like, I like the fact that they put a cartoon in my movie with that flashback, because it was artsy and it made sense, right? Yeah. It was supposed to deliver a certain feeling, and whatever feeling the gingerbread man was supposed to deliver, kill yourself.
That
flashback was good, man. I liked it.
Yeah. Tarantino didn't kill Bill with the little animated scene and stuff.
Yeah, it's like the same thing. It gives
kind of
effect.
Yeah.
And it made sense. Like, I like the whole sort of thing that they did there. And, getting back to, like, other things in the film, I loved the final, like, I'm just going to say snow globe. Like, I like that concept a lot. Like, yeah.
Because when it pans back and then you get to see, like, the whole picture, and you're like, oh, fuck, that's so crazy, man. It is cool, man. It's cool. Yeah, just some minor to big flaws in this film, actually. Otherwise it's pretty good.
I don't know how anybody doesn't find that gingerbread scene completely pointless, though. Like, I don't know how you could not agree that, like, oh yeah, that shouldn't have been there. Like,
it was my first time.
At least say like it would have been better without it. Like,
I could agree with that. It might be a little bit better without it. I still enjoy it for what it is, for the cartooniness, but maybe on a second view I might not like it as much, type deal.
Oh man, the first time I watched it, like, I'll never forget the moment, man. Me and Dylan literally looked at each other and went, what the fuck? And we said it like out loud. We're like, that did not just fucking happen. Yeah. It's so crazy. Exact same reaction. It's crazy. But yeah, I don't know.
But this film was shot for $15 million, which is quite a small budget for a wide release like that, and ended up grossing $42 million in the USA, which, you know, pretty
That's
good.
It?
Yeah, that's all it made.
I'm surprised it didn't do a little bit better. It was marketed pretty well. It's interesting.
Yeah.
And it being PG-13, you think it would have done a little bit better considering who could get in the theater. So
yeah, true that.
Kids just aren't that excited about Christmas-related horror films these days, I guess, or that's brutal, man. Crazy. I think if this movie had came out like when we were growing up, I think it would have been probably done a lot better.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I didn't end up seeing it, so I can't really...
Yeah, me neither. I saw it this first time watch.
It's actually kind of funny that I'm the one that got to see it in the theater and you guys didn't, considering it's usually the polar opposite.
Yeah. Krampus was Austrian and German folklore.
Mm-hmm.
Austrian, yeah. I mean, Austrian, German. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Nice.
Yeah, so you guys want to go into ratings?
Do it. Let's do it.
Sure.
Right, so, one little bit of trivia. 5% of this movie was actually shot on a sound stage.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Also, not screened in advance for critics.
Yes, I actually did read that. I was on IMDb earlier.
Really? I wonder what the critics would have said about the gingerbread. Man.
I don't know. They gave it actually got very good, like Rotten Tomatoes. This film. They got like
I'm not good, I'm not saying. You know what? Let's go into ratings.
Who didn't go first? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was me. Do you remember what I rated this film before?
I think you gave it like a 6.5.
Did I?
Yes. Sure.
Yeah, Krampus, man. This movie, it's a little bit of a roller coaster for me in parts. But, you know, I think there's a lot more good parts to this film. I just wish that the bad parts or the upsetting parts to me weren't that upsetting. You know, the tonal switches, man, in this are just like, it's something I've never really experienced in a film. I think it's because I just wanted that atmosphere to continue and just go into dark territory and stuff. Considering what we're dealing with here, we're dealing with a Christmas devil. You know, things are gonna get bad. You know, this is the whole point of the film. Having this outrageous, ridiculous comic relief in it, it threw me for a fucking loop. And, you know, even upon a second watch, it just did not get any better for me. Ridiculous. I mean, I don't understand how that dog didn't burn its mouth up eating that flaming gingerbread man. Are you kidding me? Like, he just snags out of the air, it's all flaming, and he just eats it like it was not on fire.
I used to put cigarettes out on my tongue.
But that thing was like a ball of flame, though, man. That's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, you can put those things. I know how to do. You just put spit on your tongue, but
yep.
But that's the thing, right? It's like fucking stupid. But no, overall, man, it does have a lot of good things going on in it, man. I mean, the visuals are just something else. I love the way Krampus looks. I like all the little add-ons. Besides the gingerbread man, I think the Jack in the Box is really good. Actually, pretty much all the toys were, I mean, very influenced by Full Moon and demonic toys. I mean, you can't get any more Full Moon than that. But I mean, it worked though. I think they were actually pretty fun and pretty. The effects on them were really good too. I have to admit, they look pretty nasty. But you know, for a PG-13 film, I think the biggest surprise for me is the fact that he had a little bit of balls in this film, you know, killing off kids and things like that. And that is something else you don't get to see every day. And I give him mad props for pushing the boundaries in this film and doing that.
Especially in PG-13.
Well, that's what I said. You know, PG-13 film, it's like it's something unheard of. You just never see shit like that. But, you know, this one plays out pretty well, and I really do like the ending. The ending's actually a saving grace in this film, you know. I think they could have ended this film pretty poorly. I mean, and it could have completely been an abomination. But, you know, overall, I think the whole film as a whole is actually a lot better than I was giving it credit for before. I think I was just so shell-shocked by the fact of what I had seen, and I just couldn't get past it. I really could not get past
it. It definitely helped that you softened the blow when I seen it. I knew it was coming, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But, to be honest, watching this time around, knowing what I was getting myself into really did help. And I kind of tried to overlook it. I'm still not happy with what I seen with that shit. But the rest of the film was pretty good. The acting is really good. There's a lot of good direction in this film and stuff. I just wish, little minor complaint, I wish there was more Krampus on screen,
because he was cool as shit.
That's the thing. Like, you really only get to see Krampus up close in probably the last 20 minutes of the film. I mean, you get to see a little bit of him here and there and stuff, and mostly his henchmen and demonic toys and shit, which is kind of an interesting premise in itself. I don't know if that's actually part of folklore, if Krampus possessed these other things. I would actually like to know more about the actual legend of it, but if that's something that Doherty just threw into the film himself, it's kind of creative, it's kind of cool. I guess it makes sense. It's Christmas, there's toys around. I mean, it is what it is, right? Mm-hmm. But Krampus, man, I definitely enjoyed it a lot more this time around. I'm going to give it a 7.5 out of 10. I'm going up a whole point on this one, and I do recommend it, though. I mean, you know what you're getting yourself into. So,
all right. So, Krampus to me, I knew going in. This is the first time I seen it, by the way. I knew going in that there was going to be this sort of tonal shift in the film. So it did help with me expecting that. It wasn't as jarring, jar. Dollar jar to the jarring jar. So I did really much enjoy this movie. Like, I like it a lot. It's definitely one of my favorite Christmas horror movies now. 100%. I really feel that way. It's gonna be one of those that people are gonna talk about it for years. 10 years from now, it's gonna be considered a Christmas classic. Hear me out on this, guys. People listening, like, even if you like the movie, right? If you like the movie, or if you love the movie, honestly ask yourself this question: if the gingerbread sound effects and the flipping around and the Pillsbury Doughboy thing and the woman flying out of the house with the sound effects, if that had not been in the movie, would it be better? And I can't believe that somebody would say that it wouldn't. So just honestly ask yourself that. And that is where I'm coming from with it. In the editing room, I just feel like you make that call and you're like, I feel like this is not the appropriate vibe. But with that said, that's really the only negatives I had in the entire movie. And that's why I'm staying on them so much. Is one, it's the only thing that I had wrong with it, and two, had they not been there, I would have liked it probably 2 points more. I do love the atmosphere, though. That it's one that it might have some of the best Christmas atmosphere of all time. I'm gonna go ahead and give Krampus 2015 a solid 8 out of 10.
Nice.
Wow, 2 points higher that would have been? Without those things, it would have been a 10 out of 10? That's crazy.
Could have been. It really could have been. If they played it straightforward the whole time, dude, it might be, honestly.
No, I hear you, man. I'd be in, the high 9 range too, man. Because otherwise, this film is pretty damn good.
Because it changes the whole... Like, when you see the end, right? The things that are happening to the last characters involved, right? Had there not been that lighthearted silliness, that becomes way more powerful. So that one little lighthearted silliness thing changes how you feel about characters and what happens to them. It 100% does, because that makes you feel like, oh, it's silly, everything's going to be okay. But if it ends on a wow, that sucks. Like, it's essentially like hell, you know what I mean? It's the devil. Like, that scene does more than just stand there on its own as a scene. It changes how you feel about the characters.
I probably would have been up around 8 with you, but I think the second time around, the ant getting thrown out the house with that Looney Tunes sound actually bugged me even more this time around, because I mean, I've put sounds into movies before, and that is completely and utter fucking ridiculousness.
They do that at Trick or Treat, right?
Yeah,
We talked about that.
I think you guys said you didn't remember it happening, but it totally happens in Trick or Treat.
this one is just so damn blatant though, because it's long too. It's like, it's like, what the fuck? I can't even do that noise, but you guys all know that Looney Tunes library sounds. It's like, oh my god, like in the middle of like a serious scene too.
Yeah.
What the fuck, man? Yeah.
Okay.
Necessary.
Okay, so Krampus, 2015, first time watch for me. Very interesting development of this film with like its comedy aspect, with like get to meet like this family during Christmas and the way the family dynamics is with dynamics.
No, dynamics.
Dynamics. That's how I said it, man. That's how I talk, yo.
You're the new Jeremy.
Suburban film.
Suburban film.
Oh shit! I love it. Suburban film. Sorry, man. Keep going. I'm fucking dying over here.
Dynamic.
I could think it was fucking the dragon breath part from Gremlins, and then the gong sound in the background. Gong.
I hate that part too.
That's fucking so ridiculous too, man. It's the same shit, right?
Yeah,
Fuck.
but at least in Gremlins, the whole fucking movie is silly.
My point exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, Derek. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Where was I? With the family dynamics. Yes, I got it this time. Fucking.
You were talking about the dynamics.
Dexter, get out of here, fuck.
I talk now. Thank you. But I like the whole family.
How long have we fucking been recording here, man? We're like losing it.
Dexter, go, you asshole.
Dude, so sorry, man. Fucking.
My dog's being a dick. Go. Get out of here. Alright, continue.
Okay, the family's development throughout like the beginning scenes, and it has like this character of Max, and we see like he wants to really believe in Christmas, and he loses his faith, and then he rips up his Santa's list, and Krampus comes, and then this dark atmosphere happens, and I like how Krampus is kind of like a devil in a way, because he doesn't actually interact with our main characters, and most of them, for the most part, he actually sends out his henchmen because it's more of a cat and mouse game with him. He likes to be mischievous and have fun and tighten his meat up for the real send them to hell type deal. So he plays a little cat and mouse with them before he actually sends them to hell. And I like the atmosphere, and I like how these like snowman look. There is a few scenes of comedy that I could agree with, even though I didn't really mind them. The gingerbread man scene is silly, but I didn't mind it as much because I did like the cartoony aspect, and I did like the one fucking line in the book. I just got my ass kicked by fucking Christmas cookies.
Let me ask you this, Derek. Why do you like the cartoon aspect of it?
Because I like that kind of stuff in movies.
You just like cartoons?
Yeah.
I like cartoons too when I watch Looney Tunes, not when I watch Krampus.
Man, I fucking love Looney Tunes, man.
Looney
It's
Tunes is
fun.
my shit. I'm 100%. I'll ride a guy with Looney Tunes, but
Isn't it funny when you take the Looney Tunes out of the Looney Tunes and you put them into something else? You're like, fuck Looney Tunes, man. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But
right.
either way, I just like the cartoony stuff in films, I guess. I do like my serious stuff too. But this film has like this very interesting ending. I love the whole fucking ending of this movie and the whole concept that goes with the ending. And it could actually lead to maybe more Krampuses in the future with others.
Krampus?
Yeah, Krampus, yeah.
How do you pluralize Krampus?
Krampuses.
I don't think you can pluralize
Krampuses?
Krampuses. No,
Krampuses.
I don't even think it works. I don't think you can do that.
Krampus.
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 This portion of the show right now is almost as bad as the fucking gingerbread. This is like the cartoon part of it.
This is the roast of Derek Bourgeois.
God, it's because we've been recording for a while, and I think we're all getting tired.
Yeah,
so
we're
all just laughing.
But yeah, I do like the cast, the characters, and the ending and the development. A little cartoony, but it couldn't be in the film. But I don't mind in the film, so I'm gonna give it a solid 8 out of 10. Also.
Sweet.
Wow, I'm the lowest. What a surprise. I'm the highest. What a surprise.
You used to be the highest all the time. Right?
Yeah.
That was you for a while.
Well, I mean, you gotta remember, we have Jeremy who fucking hates everything.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that's pretty tough to be fucking lower than me.
I'm the fairest of them all.
Fairest. Jesus Christ.
Mara.
I gotta say, man, I don't know why Krampus didn't have a better tagline. I mean, you better watch out.
I feel like there needs to be like a legit like I've been listening to a lot. Like I'll get mad at sports radio when they start talking about like fucking McCutcheon or like baseball during off season. I just have no interest in it at all. I'll change it, and like the next station is like a Christmas usually music, and like I'm listening to all these Christmas songs, and I'm like, there's like, how does a Christmas song become a classic Christmas song, right? Like we all know the classics, like they're everywhere, right? But like, when do you get one so? It's like the worst one. When do you get so popular? So like how do you find this gold, like strike a match, like strike lightning to where like the words are perfect and it becomes this classic Christmas song? And I'm like, doesn't really happen that much anymore. Like I can't really think of any from, well, obviously it takes time to become one, but even like most of them are old as shit, right? So yeah. I was thinking like somebody needs to really sit down and make like a not a silly dumb, but like a good Christmas Krampus song, right? Like a Christmas devil song. And it doesn't have to be like straight like he'll bite off your fucking guts or whatever. Like it could be like subtle, like like what's that one nursery rhyme thing, like the ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies, that how it's like all about
ashes, we all
it's like the Black Plague, right? So it could be like more subtle like that, you know what I mean? Like somebody needs to do that, dude.
Yeah, because there's hundreds and hundreds of songs about Santa Claus and Christmas and stuff. What about the opposite of it, right? The Christmas devil, the bad parts. Maybe get fucking ICP to do the song or something like that.
Buckethead.
They probably have a fucking Krampus song, man.
They probably do. They fucking have like a million songs.
Yeah, I know shit, man. Yeah. Alrighty, so I guess that is gonna do it for this fourth annual Christmas extravaganza. Yeah, man.
Stole the words right out of your mouth.
You did, man. God, I don't know why. I'm like have the giggles or something. It's so fucking weird.
The good thing about these films, though, that we reviewed today, they do have like cool Christmas vibes, all of them.
Oh yeah, for sure. And next year, I'll be curious to see what we get. If we do the viewer's choice again, who knows what? There's like I think that Moods was kind of bummed that we got these three like the most, it's pretty much basic movies that you can possibly get for this, but. Yeah. If anything, that opens up next year for being a little bit more unpredictable with what we could get, which is pretty cool. So, really excited for a year from now.
What's actually interesting, because, we talked about All Through the House, and I believe that one didn't even get one vote, and there was like 25 movies on that list. That's kind of crazy.
What did you vote for?
I voted for Don't Open Till Christmas. Fuck, I don't even remember. Don't Open Till Christmas, I think. I have no idea. I can't remember.
I think I voted for Gremlins, Dead End, and P2 maybe? No,
I think I voted for Elves too.
I might have voted for Elves.
Elves, Don't Open Till Christmas, and something else.
I think I voted for Gremlins, Krampus, and Sheeton.
So you pretty much got all your wishes there?
Yeah. Is Demonic Toys set on Christmas?
I don't know, actually. I don't remember, to be honest.
If not, it fucking should be.
Yeah, it really should be.
God damn it. missed
Watch,
opportunity.
watch now, Charles Band's listening to this podcast right now. Demonic Toys 3 coming soon.
Is Ginger Dead Man 3 set on Christmas? Or is it around
No, it's set in the 70s.
Yeah, but it's not set
still
around
fucking Christmas in the 70s.
I know it's a throwback to the 70s, but isn't it set around? Is it not set? What am I thinking of?
I don't know.
Ginger Dead Man 1 on Christmas, at least?
I don't know. It's something like I know there's a film. I just can't remember the setting of the film. It's so fucking weird. But
that's surprisingly, Full Moon is like, they tackle a lot of like things. Like, I'm surprised they haven't exploited the Christmas market yet.
No doubt.
Yeah,
that is weird. Yeah.
Huh.
Well, anyways, that is going to do it, guys, for episode 97. And, so our next episode is going to be the 2016 Year in Review show featuring Derek and Andy's coming back for that show, so they're going to be 4 lists. I'm sure that'll be just a drunken mess.
Yeah, I'm getting BS for that episode.
Yeah, I think I actually might as well, honestly.
Yeah, that'll be fun, man. I'm looking forward to it, man. We got a couple weeks here. We're down to the nitty gritty, man. I gotta check out a few more films here, and hopefully there's 1 or 2 I don't know if I can get my hands on to see, but I need to see them. So
maybe hit up Jason Lloyd, because he gets a lot of screeners and he can maybe help you if.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what I can do.
Because he helped me with 1, 2, so.
Okay.
Or even Dave. So
Ayo!
Yeah, ayo. That's my dude.
All right, guys. JP, take us out of here.
Yo, guys. Thank you for checking out episode 97 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. We love you guys. Thank you for making Christmas Viewer's Choice. I think this is Viewer's Choice Volume 4 Christmas 2016 edition possible. If you want to do any of the things that I ask, please do so. iTunes reviews always help. Voicemails for episode 100, both your greatest horror film and just anything you want to say about the podcast. Also, top 10 of 2016 list. Email me at 22shotsofmoodsandhorror@gmail.com. If you want to follow us on Twitter, 22 Shots Podcast. We're on Horrorminio. Or however the fuck you say that. Facebook.com/group/22 Shots Podcast. You got DBouget83. You got Mood616. You got Double Shot J on YouTube. Instagram. What's the Instagram, Derek?
At 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast.
He goes out of his way to purposely say his name wrong.
And then also 724-426-6665. Thank you, guys. See you in the new year.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Be safe out there on Christmas, too.
Happy New Year. Yeah.